Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to Virtue's Last Reward. It's been a long time. I probably haven't played this game in over a week and a half, if not 2.5 weeks. Now, in all fairness, I am recording this just days before Christmas, so there's the busyness and just a change of schedule around that. Also, there is just less sunlight, so seasonal affective disorder certainly slows me down every year around this time. But I definitely needed to reload my computer and install Windows updates and things like that. So we won't be able to show that there honestly could have been 100 to 200 extra hours added to this point. Um, of course, this is just the time that the game was left running. So let's see where this puts us. Well, oddly, this is putting us at the beginning of the game. Well, I think we can fairly quickly
Good luck.
probably just jump our way all the way down to where we need to be. Either that or I didn't save, and if that was the case, then uh, oops. Alright, well, let's just jump to this and we'll just skip through this. In thinking about the thinking about the timeline and the story here, particularly when you take into the assumption that you pretty much probably know where
Where are you going?
wow, it's not letting me skip parts I haven't seen. Interesting. uh since you probably in some form are either a clone or a different timeline manipulation of the original Sigma, and in fact there's even a logo on his jumper that says staff, which is just like directly on the nose as far as an indication of what the uh, of what's going that you are zero effectively. um, it really goes to show when you look at the flow and think about how everybody's life has been basically ruined by this fight, this whole Nonary game. Just how, I don't know if unnecessary is the right word, but it definitely feels unnecessary that they have failed to show that, like, there were uh, there were alternatives, as it were, besides making a Nonary game and manipulating time and timelines to prevent either the Radical 6 virus, which may be not even the thing that they're actually trying to prevent. Uh, in the first game, they also had this theme of Santa and June going to an extreme uh, ends, for lack of a better term, and literally risking the lives of a lot of people, or pretending like they were risking a lot of lives. I think at the end they revealed that they weren't actually risking the lives of anybody other than the bad guys in the first game, and that the bracelets in the first game actually would not have exploded. Uh, but that just doesn't really, it doesn't really feel great. Certainly. Alright, so the third bomb is LXQ LHC. LXQ. One assumes you wouldn't just fail immediately if you typed in the wrong password in MR, because that would just add extra frustration for no reason. Wow, it does end the game. It was actually fairly anticlimactic. There wasn't time for anything, no time to say goodbye to Fi or try to shield her from the blast for all the good it had done. Hmm. I also, in reloading the game, uh, feeling the feel of nothingness, everything felt like an eternity. Wow, it does just straight up game over you. Um. Oh well, you know what? I loaded the wrong save file, didn't I? All right, we can actually fix this fairly easily then. Hmm. Apparently, this is new content, as it were, because it's not letting me go into skip mode. Ow, 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 ow. Damn it. Alright, so let's see. How can one escape? You have to quit. Hopefully that doesn't just quit to the exit. So yeah, I just loaded the wrong thing, which that saves me a whole bunch of frustration, certainly. Uh, yeah, here we are. And that makes a lot more sense that I would have saved. But yeah, you have a robot here that you created in the lady. Well, I forget her name now. I've forgotten everybody's name. It's been so long. Um, Basically, she's been tortured here and not really learned any lesson or included for any reason other than to be used just as a tool, or perhaps to run a test to see if she could be considered human. You have K, who is apparently a clone of you, who you're just kind of using. You have Dio, who's being used by Zero, which is pretty much you. Um, as far as we can tell, and I think as much backstory as we're going to get, Tenmoji is the main character you play as in the first game, and his life effectively has been completely ruined because he was chasing after Junpei, who, after kind of escaping the first game, apparently dedicated her entire life to changing the timeline with you for. I don't even know what the initial reason would have been there. It doesn't make a lot of sense, the ending of the first game, as far as I can remember it. It's been not that long and I've already forgotten it, but it feels like what should have happened is Santa and June should have just allowed themselves to be caught by the group and said, well, um, we're sorry about all we put you through, but we had to do it to uh, save Junpei, and we'll throw ourselves at your mercy. But instead, it seems like what they did is they went on the run forever and were chased by the main character forever. We got no real backstory as far as Quark, but his life is pretty much ruined by being in an experience like this. Uh, if we assume this is far in the future, which is a good assumption, then Clover and Alice's lives from the point they were kidnapped going forward was ruined. And Phi, we don't even know who Phi is, but I imagine she's just another tool to manipulate the timelines. What I would have done personally is I would have had some red herring storylines, and God forbid I make the suggestion that there be more story and dialogue in this game, but there needed to be at least one wrap up of a red herring that's not mentioned here but is implied, in the fact that you have to make the argument that doing all of this, making the Nonary game, putting all of these people at risk, is the only way to solve whatever their actual goal is, whether it is to cure Radical 6 and save the world, or whether it is to literally undo the mistakes of the past between that happened in the first game, or whether it's even something less noble as just to build robots and run an experiment there. There needs to be something that says, hey, we tried 4,700,000 different scenarios, and we had the AI run it different scenarios, and literally the only scenario that would get us the desired outcome is to have this ridiculous game, which you also need a little bit of justification and explanation on how that could possibly be the case. And while the Saw movie comparison has pretty much fallen apart at this point, I came into 999, the first Nonary game, thinking it was going to be more like a Saw movie, and it really wasn't. And same is true here, even though there are a lot more deaths in this game, since you get to see like almost every character die. Although you kind of get to see every character die in the other game too at the end. It was kind of less of an emphasis. The part where it falls apart though is that in Saw movies, at least in some twisted way, there is this thought that Jigsaw is putting at least a main character through these trials, these death traps, so that they learn to appreciate their life and they have some mental growth. In this case, it doesn't feel like that at all. Like, it doesn't feel, first of all, the general idea is that Jigsaw was kidnapping people who didn't appreciate their lives to the fullest. There's basically no character on this list that you can make that argument for, really. Because these aren't a collection of like unsuccessful losers. They're just a collection of random people, for lack of a better description. And so it really questions like how certain people were even considered. I also looked at this logo, and it's supposed to be a hand, I realized, and it's taken me this long to do it. Like, it's a hand holding some kind of lens or some kind of object, which kind of makes sense, other than the fact that it's your right hand, and then it should be up here, which would make a lot of sense anyways. There's nothing going on here as far as the UI ever. So why did they put it over there? And is this just a generic inventory item that literally wasn't in the 3DS? I wouldn't be surprised if it actually was down on the bottom screen at the 3DS. Anyways, I had ended this last recording saying I wanted to do I wanted to just basically skip this part here because it's annoying. I know that the image here where it says 3, 3, 3, and 2 here is an indication that on the far left over here on the wall, 1, 2, 3, 4 will unlock a puzzle. And I just know that because I looked at the walkthrough, and I'm just going to look at the walkthroughs because it doesn't seem like it's really worth your time. I suppose at this point, now that we have the zoom image, the icon, the inventory icon would be in the way, but you could certainly have swapped those two or put the zoom. Well, you probably wouldn't want it in the lower right corner because that's getting covered up by text. Whoa, what the hell? Interesting. So that's how this one works. It looks like there's more of them. We should keep looking. So we're with Tenmoji. I don't know who we're with, actually. It could be more Tenmoji, or it could be more than Tenmoji and Phi, or it could be just Tenmoji and Phi. So now, if we look left here, there should be 2 leftmost tiles starting from the bottom produce a display case. Okay. And since all of this is blocking each other, you kind of know 3 rightmost tiles produce a set of cabinets. So there might be a whole puzzle here that requires that, and we might be saving ourselves some time. It feels like it's not really necessary to have had the floating cube, other than to just want to have something futuristic in a world where it doesn't feel that futuristic. Bottom center. Yeah, but everything has to pretty much be on the ground, because if there was one in the air, kind of wouldn't make any sense at all. And you probably could just brute force this whole thing fairly easily. 1, 2, 3. Just directly above it. Yeah. This whole thing just feels like it's an unnecessary thing. To go this route. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. No. 1, 2, 3. No. No, it's this. Now we have another hollow projector, but it doesn't automatically unlock anything. 3 from the bottom. There. Okay. So, I don't want to cheat any further than this. We've now got everything unlocked, and I think it's fair enough now to start playing with this. Although honestly, I kind of would like this cube to go away. Let's see. Let's hit this. I think I've seen something like this before. Oh, you mean the one of those exercising machines where you twist your hips around? No, I don't think so. This doesn't look like a fitness machine to me. Kind of ruins it when you take it so seriously. This is let's see, are we gonna get flashbacks to every puzzle? Damn it, I can't remember. Alright, good. So we have the code here, and we'll want to get the screen, huh? There's nothing on it. It doesn't do anything when you touch. How do we turn it on? Hell if I know. I don't see a button or a card slot or anything. Not a lot we can do if we can't turn it on. Might as well leave it alone for now. Okay. Here we have a green keycard. Are those missiles? They're darts. Look over here. I'd forgotten just how kind of lame the comedy was when it's being translated. I think it's a green memory card. We can't get it out though. The glass is that's glass covering it. Although, I think we can get the darts out though. Honestly, if you got one dart, you could probably throw darts at glass for about an hour and you'd probably shatter the glass. Shattering glass, assuming it's not space age future glass, which it probably is not that hard when you have centralized points of impact. Okay, I'll grab a couple. So we grabbed 3, and no combining to make darts. Bunch of tiny sidewinders, huh? You know, the ones they mount on the underside of fighter planes. These aren't missiles. They're darts. So we've done this puzzle before, but I don't know the answer. I would have to potentially remember what the scores were. That's a dartboard. I remember seeing this before. Come on, who hasn't seen a dartboard before? Yeah, this was in the rec room, but if we go back and look at the flow, were we ever in the rec room? We were in the control room, and we were in the crew quarters. So absolutely not as far as being in the rec room. If we would kind of look here, yeah, the only time we were in the rec room, I believe, was here. So you would have had to have done this timeline to have been able to answer this puzzle. You might even have to go back and play that puzzle a second time, which seems like the game is trying to waste your time at that point. Also, you wouldn't have been able to see this ending, and if you wouldn't have been able to see this ending, you wouldn't have been able to get to this part, and if you wouldn't have been able to get to this part, you wouldn't have been able to get to the escape room anyways. So there's really no branching storyline here. This is the only way you would have seen the story, is to have seen the answers to all these puzzles. And you've seen the answers to all the puzzles clearly because you're at the end of the game. No, that's not what I mean. I feel like I've seen it somewhere in this building before. This board is different from the normal dartboard, you know? Let's try it out. What do you mean, try it out? Isn't that obvious? There's only two ways to use a dartboard. Either you use it to hold pizza, or you throw darts at it. You've got some darts, don't you, Sigma? Maybe you could try throwing them. Get a score of 300 with 100 with 3 darts. However, the first dart must land in a green area, the second dart in the blue area, and the third dart in the red area. Throw a dart at a particular area and grab it by pressing the A button and release the dart. Huh? That's weird. I could have sworn I've seen these darts before somewhere. It's crazy to not just fully embrace the memory concept. Like, maybe this was talked about more in this timeline branch here, this ending, where they said, yeah, we know that you're remembering things. But I'm fairly certain this timeline has also just fully embraced that you can remember other timelines. Whatever. Time for some darts. Alright, so this seemingly is not that hard then, because it doesn't seem like the score, they're even mentioning the triple rings and double rings and all of that. So I guess maybe they're not mentioning a part of this trick. So let's try this to start with. 13 in the triple ring does give you 39. So even if you had forgotten how this worked, that would have been fairly easy to get that far. And we'll probably mess up, and hopefully it won't be game over. If this does get ridiculous as far as game overing things, then I'm gonna have to get really paranoid about saving. I could get 113, or I can get 22 here, or I can get 8, 16, 24 here. This is 8, and this is 8, and this is 8. The board is different. It's definitely a different board. Interesting. Alright, and so then we would need 40. We need 37. 9, 18, 27. For, let's see. And this would be 33. So that's 4 short. Okay. So, if we assume this is right, and that's a green and a green for the first shot. 8, 16, 24 is not high enough. 28 would be high enough though. And then 33. There we go. So not that complicated of a puzzle. Ha, piece of cake. You see that? My dart skills are undeniable. Yes, I saw it quite clearly. It was very nice. Do you really think you had to stand the whole 2 meters and 37 centimeters away? I guess that maybe is regulation distance in centimeters. Though I'm a fair man. My high school voted me most likely to be a judge, you know. Okay. That's great and all, but look. See the display case? It's open. Great. Now we can get the green memory card. So is there another solution here? We're gonna have to pull out all the stops on this job. Sound like your heist movie. Sounds... should I have worn a catsuit? Ugh. I think I just threw up a little. Besides, everybody in a heist movie wears a sweatsuit. Alright, green memory card. So, are we like completely done with this? Or does this secretly unlock another code? Because there definitely are some questions about how we would solve these. Alright, so we've got some books that say dice. Looks like 4 purple books. Let's go through each one of them. What the? There's nothing written here. Huh. I mean, all the pages are blank. Are the other books the same? Let's have a look. Yeah, there's nothing here. This one's blank too. Huh. Something wrong? Is there something in that one? No, the pages are all blank. It's just what? Well, there are some pictures put in between the pages back here. 3 of them, it looks like. Found a picture of a blue die, picture of a green die, and a picture of a red die. You can review them from visiting the archives. Could you spell all the characters' names with these letters? Is there a character named Dio? I've forgotten the names of all the characters, so that would be hard to guess. I don't think there was anybody with an E name. I would remember that. Alright, and so this is where the memory cards are going. Okay, and here we have a blue memory card. So, roll the 6 dice to move them to where they need to go. The direction of each side of each die must match a specific pattern, choosing which die you would like to move by selecting it. You can roll it vertically or horizontally using the directional buttons. Okay, let's give it a shot. Okay, so we immediately have to go into the archive now. Let's go to pictures of blue die. The blue die need to be a 5 and a 1. And then the green die need to be a 6 and a 2. And then the red die need to be a 4 and a 3. I think we'll do red die 4 and 3 first. And that gave us 3 items. So there's only 2 more items that we'll collect in the entirety of the game. And there's only 1 more password. And by my guess, there's only 1 more secret. Alright. Let's go back. 4 and 3. So 1 and that. I don't think this is right, though. I think they probably want us in very specific places, too. So 4 and 4, and 3 from the bottom, and 5. Alright. So they want me in this position here with a 3. And then they want me in this position here with a 4. I don't think that's ever gonna work that way. Okay. Now we need a 2 and a 6. Kind of directly above the reds. So let's see if we can cycle through all of this in such a way that we can get it there. Okay. And then the blues. We need a 5 and a 1, which I think the 5 should be at the bottom and the 1 should be at the bottom of the others. I've just kind of hidden the fact here. I thought they might combine some of the other puzzles, some of the lesser puzzles we've done, where all the dice might move at the same place. This would be a point where you would like to have seen something like that happen. And then that would have been potentially cool. I need a 1, not a 5. So is there any way I can get the 1 here? Right, 4 and 3 are, I believe, right. If not, I've made some mistake somewhere. See, the angle seems weird here, because I see 1, 2, 3, 4 blanks here, but I see 4 blanks there. All right. And then 2 and 6 on the green. Should have been above. That seems right. And then the blue. It feels like all of that is correct. I can't figure it out. Roll 6 dice to move them where they need to go. The direction of each side must match a specific pattern. Choose which die you'd like to move by selecting it. See that? Seemingly just pointlessly undid everything. We'll do it to blue. We need a 5 that is 5 down from the top. And oh, you know what? I see the problem. The problem here is we're literally just making the same pattern as before, and almost certainly the same solution as before, very close to it. And so the image is rotated. So when I thought the number 1 blue die here was 1 from the bottom, it's actually 1 from the left. Okay, well, let's move that out of the way. And do that. And then do that. And then we'll double check to make sure that's 5 down and 4 down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like 4. Okay, I think that's right. So now we need a 6 and a 2. Let's double check. 6 should be 4 from the left in line. So it should be here with a 6. And then this should be a 2. Here. I hope that's correct. And then we need a 3 in the middle there, and then a 4. Let's see, how can we make sure we've end up with a 3 at that point? I guess that way. And then how can we get to a 4 at that point? There we go. Which then I think just means this needs to be here. Okay. 3 is 3 steps, 5 down and 3 steps from the left. 4 is 4 down and 5 steps. So 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think reds are good. Then directly to the left of each of those should be a 6 and a 2. Which I believe that is correct. Which probably means that the blue, blue needs to be a 5, and it needs to be 4 steps from the left. Right. So this one is the last one we need to figure out. Let's see, if we go here and we do this, then we do that and that. See, this really just feels like this is going to be the solution, though. And it would just lock in when cracked. And it doesn't feel like there's an alternate solution to any of these things, because they don't even seem to have like monitors that could give you alternate solutions. So we have a 1. It's 2 away. And the 5. And then the 3 and the 4. May just be that everything needs to be moved up 1. These different colored dice are different colors, certainly, but I don't think that they match any kind of pattern or anything that you should have figured out. the 4 from the top and 3 from the right. Yeah, that's in the right place. So what am I missing? Well, if we're not careful here, this game is gonna just go crazy. So I'm just gonna look up the answer here. Like, I did one puzzle without help. I don't care to drag this on any further. I want this game to be done. So, let's see. I'm looking at the answer as it is, but what is being shown to me as the answer is kind of a cutscene image after it's been solved, not the way the game is being depicted. The blue die with the number 6. I'm just going to enter the solution in completely, because like the picture that's being depicted to me looks right. Like there's literally nothing wrong here. So unless we hit back, like we'll try this. So blue die with the number 6 is left, down, 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 left. Okay, I feel like I'd done this before, and this is a different pattern. The red die with the number 6 is right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Green die with the number 1 is down, right, 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 down. And maybe the movement is the important part here. Or maybe it is you can't mix the dice around as much as maybe I did. Blue die with number 2 is down, right, up, right, up, up, right. Green die with number 3 is down, down, right, up, 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 right, then down. Can't be done. I was supposed to have moved the red die number 5 first. Right, right, down, left, left, and then down. And then that works. Alright. I don't know specifically why that worked in that instance and didn't work the first time, but whatever. Like, and that is certainly a point to show that how even a small mistake could just create not even a difficulty spike, but just a brick wall for a player. If you've put in what you think is the right answer and it didn't work, you have to immediately dismiss that solution and move on to the next solution. It's almost impossible in the human brain to go back and say, hey, let's try this again. Let's see if we made a mistake somewhere. Because humans have that certainty that once they've done something and seen it's not worked, they assume that they did what they thought they did. Got it. I had a feeling you could do it. Good job. Have a look at this. Hey, it's opened. I kind of forgotten how awful the level of these item images are. But yeah, when this game came out, I imagine they thought that was decent visual quality. It probably wasn't great even at that point. Okay. Well, that pretty much leaves this puzzle, which is the security room puzzle. Change the colors to the correct one, selecting hexagons and triangles. Remember, you only have 5 moves to complete the puzzle. I feel like I've done this puzzle somewhere before. Oh well, doesn't really matter, I guess. or this is tough. So, like, remember, if we look at the flow there, the dice puzzle was in the archives. We didn't go to the archives there. We went to the archives in this timeline. So, yes, you would have had to gone through this timeline anyways because it would have given you your ending, and you really can't go anywhere until you get your ending. And then this flipping puzzle was the security room, which once again puts you down this path. So it almost feels like there might have been a way in which you could have simply gotten the password through getting Dio's end, and I don't remember who got the other password. It almost feels like you could have skipped some of these endings, but I bet you can't because there's this chain as far as this point and this point that would require you to have seen every ending, at least every good ending. Maybe you could have skipped the bad endings, but I bet you can't even do that. Alright, well, what I want to do here first is, let's see. There's a red memory behind the glass. Not every day you see, I'm not even sure what you call it, a cabinet? Not every day you see a cabinet like this. Looks like each of these cubies has something in it. The one on the left looks like a binder. Oh, and the one on the right has a memory card. We can't get to them though. They've got glass doors. Punch through them. Alright, here goes. Don't. This is reinforced glass. The only thing you're going to do is break your hand. Well, remember, I have cybernetic hands too, but this binder behind the glass. So maybe the binder will give you something else later. Alright, well, without looking up the solution, I guess the answer here is we want everything to be red. Like, I guess that's what we're going for. So if I was to do that, that would do that, and then if I was to do that, that would do that, and that almost certainly ruins everything. And then step 3 would be to do this, and then do that. And so that then yeah, you have only a few steps. That, and then that, and then that, and then that, and then that. Okay. Fairly easy puzzles. Did I solve it? Yeah, that must be the answer. Look. The glass doors. They're open. Well done. That was some good work, Sigma. Like, this definitely feels like this would have been a room where they would have started development to say, hey, let's have a big white room, and then as they were developing the game, they probably thought, well, we're low on budget, let's reuse that testing white room as our final room. It's a binder. Let's have a look. There's only a single piece of paper in here. It says Q Chamber Special AB Game. You found instructions for the Q Chambers AB game. You can review it by visiting the archive. Alright, well, let's see what the AB game rule is. Hints for the AB game Q edition. 3 people will definitely choose ally. 3 people will definitely choose betray. 1 is a mysterious mirror man. You always do what the opponent does. First answer, strive for 9 with 6 cooperators. Second answer, you must be the only one to surpass 9. So this might be the hint for the codes on the the codes on the lock, but I don't know how perhaps looking at the flow would get you that answer. 3 people that will definitely choose betray. Like, seems like Dio in the end always, no, Dio. I keep calling Dio's the other guy. Yeah, Dio will always betray. Dio is a character, come to think of it. He's just a different character than I was thinking about. Dio will always betray. K seems like he'll mostly betray. Phi will mostly betray. But only in certain scenarios will other characters betray. Luna will almost always ally. I don't know of a single scenario where she would ally. Alice is the mystery mirror man, who seems like she'll do the opposite. No, he will always do whatever his opponent does. Interesting. So maybe Phi is the mirror man, or maybe these don't directly connect to anyone. There's one more thing to find. I feel like I might activate the screen now that I have done all of the puzzles. You can't like zoom out and click on these walls and undo the walls once they've been expanded. Yep. So feels like this screen is our final test. So we'll put in, what the heck is this ridiculously huge thing? There's a screen down here. This almost makes an argument that this entire Nonary game might be an artificial intelligence experiment and all of these characters are AIs based on real people and the real people were never actually kidnapped. If that was the case, that's a little bit better. If it turned out we were just robots and AIs living through this, that would be a little bit better. Although we still don't really know what the reasoning for this is. Reasoning doesn't have to be as good, though, if it turns out that there actually weren't any humans in the Nonary game at all, with perhaps the exception of the main character we're playing as, who is in some iteration or some form or reason the Zero character and the person who seems to be also referred to as the Doctor. And not Doctor Who, the Doctor, but Doctor something. Dr. Sigma. There's a screen down here. It looks like this is the only part you can actually interact with, but it's dark. There's nothing on it. There's some card slots underneath the screen. They look like the ones in the polling machine in the AB rooms, so that means we need to put some memory cards in here. Yeah, like the ones you've got in your hand right now. The red card, huh? Well, let's see what happens if we put it into the red slot. One assumes putting it in the red slot is the right move. Green card, huh? Well, let's see what happens when you put it in the green slot. Same line of dialogue 3 times. Blue card, huh? Well, let's see what happens. Why even write those lines of dialogue, honestly? Why not just have it say, play the sound effect? Or just not say I inserted the blue card. Or have it run a check. A better programmer would definitely say, let's have it run a check, and it would say, I put all 3 cards into their respective slots. If you have 3 cards in your inventory, if you have only 2, it would say, I put the 2 cards in their respective slots. There's still 1 missing, and then if you have only 1. Then you put a sentence that says I put the red card into the red slot. So the only time you would have any character see 6 lines of dialogue is if they individually ran back to this machine each time to put in a card. And the game clearly doesn't give you a different screen for each slot. It just doesn't work until you have all 3. Looks like you turned it on. Alright. US, A, and B are all pairs consisting of 2 people. C and D and E are solos consisting of a single person. First, move the pairs A and B to a blank areas under the on the left under pair. Next, move the solos C, D, and E on the blank areas on the left over solo. Press A button to grab and move a letter icon. So we're getting the same tutorial every time we have to drag and drop something. A pair and solo assigned vertically with verses between them will face off against one another. In the AB game, you can still move icons even after you've placed them. Once the opponents have been selected, the game will begin. You can choose the vote for US pair. Choose the vote for us pair, either ally or betray. The results of your match will be displayed along with the results of the other teams. If correct, the number of people that reach their target BP playing 3 rounds, the game will be completed. So it's just playing the AB game, basically. And it seems kind of pointless here to make us even drag this that way. And it's not really going to give us any real information. And so once you've done that, then that changes. So we'll just ally. And so you basically would have to write down all of this. I suppose. And so A and now E, and then C and D and ally. See, this is just turning into a mess. Really? We need to figure out who the mirror person is. Yeah, this seems just really stupid. Like, I don't know how you would potentially have like a memo here that would help you, or you can't even bring up the flow, so I don't see how that would help you either. Honestly, I would rather end this final episode of the series by cheating than go another hour just to try and brute force this. Like, the one thing we could slightly try to do here is just figure out who the mirror team is. And what you do there would be to betray, and that inherently tells us that C is the mirror team. So what does that really tell you now? That we have A and E now at a high. So you break that down, and then ally, or do we? I mean, I guess C and D are interchangeable, so those solutions don't really matter. And so now in the third game, how could you get everybody to like back down? You do something like this, and then that would betray, so we can then ally ourselves. And then you have a failed scenario. So yeah, it's just not worth it. It totally isn't worth it. I feel really bad for anybody who played this game like the day it came out and had to figure it out. A and E will always betray. We figured that out. B and D will always ally. C picks the same whatever its opponents. There are multiple methods of getting both passwords. To get the escape password, player must get 6 competitors to 9 BP. And see, this is what we would have wanted to have happen in the real game, not in the simulation. So the way to do this is to do this to start with, and ally, and then this. Just do this all throughout all 3 votes. And for some reason this gets you the escape code. Oh, this just means you have to get 6 competitors. I don't understand how this would have gotten 6 competitors. Like, is there more to this page? Oh no, the escape code is where I am the only group. Oh, it's 6 competitors because these are groups of pairs. So I'm counting it wrong. It's not 6 letters. It's 2 here, 2 here, 2 here. So by doing this and this, you get 4, and this with 4. And so that's the code for this game. Ah, got it. Way to go. Good work. Hey, look at the screen change color. So would this be, could this be, should this be? I knew it. That looks like a password to the safe. We did it. This should get us into the safe. Found the safe password. Alright. And then we've got to do it again for the other file password. It would have been so much better if you could have labeled these at least something that makes a lot more sense, because labeled each of these characters as groups of people, maybe that confuses it. Maybe you make a better minigame. I think you have to make a better minigame, and that probably is beyond their capability, frankly, looking at just how simplistic the minigames have been in this game. So for the first round, to get the other code, you have to do UD and then A versus C, and then B versus E, which and then betray, which, unless the 0 rule comes into play here, I don't think there's much of a difference here. And then it's just going to be A versus E for the second round, and B versus D, and then ally, and then you repeat that twice. And then do it again. And I suppose this is, we're just going to keep everyone's score low enough. There's not even a good reason though to figure out why you would want this ending, either in the main game or even in this puzzle. Like, you know it's going to give you the file, but it does not feel fun or like you're the good guy, certainly, to potentially betray everybody else. Nice one. Looks like this is that was the answer. I suppose that probably means that also if I was to play a, like, one of the mini games like Among Us where you potentially are the bad guy, I probably would not have quite as much fun as much as a lot of other people do, because I want to, in my fantasy in playing games, be the good guy in almost every case. Or if I am going to be the bad guy, I need to have some real justification or some overpowered power fantasy type character. I don't mind playing as Dracula in the Castlevania series, the remake of the Castlevania series. I thought that was fun. Although it is also fair, I think, to say that a lot of the games have you fighting against even a bigger bad guy if you are playing as the anti-hero. So I have moon, sun. There's different symbols in the place now. Right, so I think it's only fair to save here and be careful. And since we didn't save after the game was running, it only has added about an hour. The same safe we've seen in other rooms. That means we're probably opening this the same way too. We just need to plug in the password, right? Yeah, why don't you give it a shot? Okay. So archive-wise, we have the safe passwords. So we moon, sun, moon. And then file-wise, we're still missing something, and secrets-wise, we're missing a whole thing. Like, the lion eating the sun is still something I don't understand. Apparently we found the solution to that, but it doesn't make any sense at all to me. And we are heading forward to what needs to be an information dump to explain basically everything. Good job, you opened it up. Well done. You got the golden file. Let's check it out. Now, I'm going to also be fairly upset if it turns out that there's achievements in this game, or the previous game that I missed, because it would be somewhat of a nightmare to go back and play the first game to try and get an achievement. I don't know if the last game had a memo system. I don't think it did, but I don't think you needed it either. Almost certainly, if we look at this now, we're going to spoil things. So at the risk of maybe going to an endpoint, let's not read any of this until we are potentially at the very end of the game, or at least we've seen like what Minosky space is, Lagomorph, Timoji and Alice, and Timoji and Clover, which clearly they have some reference here. It almost feels like these secrets should have just been pictures or hints at perhaps different timelines. AB Project, Mystery of Fire, and the deactivation passwords. So it'd be crazy if this is all the deactivation passwords of everything. And then I imagine when we open the safe here, we'll activate the other projector. So star, or yep. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And we'll have Junpei show up and explain a bunch of things to us. Yes. Yes, it's open. Interesting. At this point, I thought we would have already had the star cards. So why is it giving us more star cards? AB round... Like, that doesn't make sense. But, oh, apparently in this timeline we haven't even done an AB round 3. And there's also 2 doses seemingly for the cure of Radical 6 and the key to exit the room. And that seems like that's it. Okay, then let's see what's in here. First off, 2 star key cards. We can use these to play AB game as many times as we want. Although, at this point, I don't know how many people are even alive, so it may just be you and Timoji and Phi are going to get 9 points. Although, also it feels like in this storyline, they kind of need to explain that that's not the goal. It's going to be really pathetic if we actually do have to just go and make an AB game choice once again to escape through the number 9 door. Hold on. Those keys are important, but look at this. Axelveer. Now, Axelveer is the cure, I believe, to the Radical 6, right? Or is it the tubo-curing that's the cure? I think it's the tubo-curing that lets you, that's the cure for the injections on the bracelet that would kill you. The Radical 6 cure, yeah. Oh. Oh, thank goodness. I don't know what to say. Quark is gonna be okay. Is he crying? Alright, let's get it out of here. We need to get this stuff to Quark and Alice. Yeah, you're right. So, this might be that in all the timelines, only Quark and Alice were ever infected with Radical 6, and it's potentially not contagious. But if that is the case, then why did in one timeline our character Sigma feel like he was suffering from Radical 6 also? Like, the disease feels like it's highly infectious, so unless they're making an argument that there literally are only 3 people, 3 humans, and one of which would have been Alice and one of which would have been Quark, they could have been infected by the Radical 6, and everybody else is a robot or been given the cure previously, which that would be quite the twist to realize that, oh no, half of these people were given injections before they woke up and they were inoculated from it. Yeah, you're right. This key should do the trick. So we get one more look at these awful 3D models of keys. Key was in the safe. It should open to the exit. Let's get moving. Strange dish shape. I feel like I remember it, but I can't remember where I saw it before. It's green. It's blank. I don't see any buttons or anything, so might as well leave it alone. So, yeah, it seems to me like we're coming back to this room like we did in previous timelines. The name of this room synchronizes with the title of building Q from the Nevada desert. Let's see. Examining the hologram machine reveals a reference to the Hawaii chair by Phi, which is the exercise device. The escape room contains one of the lion eating the red sun motifs in the form of the computer monitor. Something crazy here. I think we're gonna have to come back in a different timeline because, like, either that or it's gonna ask me later to do something. Because I'm looking at the walkthrough here. Okay. So, yeah, it does seem like we are just gonna exit and then it's gonna trigger us to come back into the room, as it were, for the hologram. The door's locked. It says lock. You guys ready? Alright, all set here. Go for it. Alright. 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. Why is he counting up? Stop that. Jeez. One more time. See, I don't even know why they're counting down, though. It's not like there's any timer. 3, 2, 1. Like, there's no countdown or anything at all. So, you could just open the door. It stays open. Huh.
It opened.
Now we're back to voice acting. I could easily have forgotten that there was voice acting in this game. It's been so long since I last played.
We should get back to the Flore warehouse then.
Hey, wait. Did you guys hear something?
What?
You didn't hear it? It came from over there. It sounded like something turning on. See, I told you. The screen wasn't on before.
Right. Guess it was set to turn on when we opened the door.
It looks like an authentication screen. I think we need to put in an ID and a password.
Yeah, but what? ...
That was when I noticed the illustration. The lion is eating the sun. The lion is eating the sun. Please explain this concept, because it makes no sense to me at all. The lion is eating the memento mori if the ninth lion ate the sun. Remember death if the ninth lion ate the sun. Now, in previous cases where we've had these flashbacks, it shows us the death of every single character and just confuses the issue. Red moon. Like, it's showing us every single time we've seen this, which has been all over the place. But people would have caught on to this, obviously. This was not hidden. Oh, of course. This was the real ninth lion. But if that was the case, memento mori, showing her death. Okay. Am I supposed to hit A button here to move forward? Or is it? I guess I am. Remember death. Radical 6. Like, in some timelines he died. In some timelines you died. In the book mentioning a lot of people infected by Radical 6. In many timelines, Alice stabbed herself. Although that almost feels like a different angle that we've never seen before. And that oddly seems just completely out of place as it's being stretched around. I'm a little surprised that the image even has a... that they even have the ability to stretch images like that, considering how simplistic the rest of the graphics are. Well, I know what the answer is, but I don't know why I know what the answer is. The only thing you really could come down to is looking at your memo and saying, well, I've seen everything else, so that's pretty much the only thing to try. We have Kurashiki here, Kurshiki, and then Jumpy Doll. Kurshiki, JUMPYDOLL. Like, I know what the answer is, but I don't know why specifically this would be the password hint, or this would be the password, because remember, we saw this password written on the back of an ID card or a key card. We didn't even put the key card in this computer to activate it. There was a key card in the computer in the other, in the, like, captain's quarters or whatever that room was called, where the other hologram was. And we tried Kurashiki multiple times in that instance, and it didn't work. Accepted also. Like, twice it said accepted instead of correct.
Sigma.
Sigma. Look. So here we have Junpei, and Tenmoji might react quite a bit seeing, not Junpei, but June. Tenmoji is Junpei. You're Akane.
Her name is Akane Kurashiki.
And see, this might very well be from a different timeline also.
I've been looking for her for a very long time.
He walked towards her, slowly, carefully, almost as if he was afraid of scaring her away. He reached out.
She's a hologram.
Yep. Tenmoji squeezed in his eyes shut. Well, perhaps if you're going to animate somebody sticking their hand through a hologram, perhaps you don't put their hand just directly through the chest, because that kind of makes it feel more like Tenmoji just immediately tried to grope her. It would have been fairly easy to have just moved the entire 3D model lower so he tried to touch her hand instead of going through her chest, or put it on his shoulder or something like that.
Akane.
He closed his hand around the empty air and let it fall to his side. There was a moment of sad silence, and then she began to speak.
I see you finally arrived.
She sounds particularly old. Probably nothing like how she sounded in the previous game, if I could remember that, which I don't.
I've been waiting for you. Well, I suppose that's slightly inaccurate. What you see now is a holographic message I recorded before you came here. Unfortunately, this means I will not be able to answer your questions, at least not directly.
It still doesn't really make a lot of sense why Dio had to be involved in this scenario at all. What would have been different had they simply never leaked information to get Dio to come in the first place, and instead just had Akane play as a secret character in the Nonary game, just like as a pretending to know nothing when she knew a lot of stuff, or have her simply kill herself.
I hope you will understand.
We have to remember to move forward.
Where to begin?
What's interesting is here you can see a clear waste of animation budget, and it almost looks like they did draw Akane as just a 2D character, because we're going to see from the back image here in the corner, but there really was no reason to 3D modeled her and animated her at all for as little she's in the game. Of course, the bigger argument is there was no reason to use 3D models in the first place. That would have given them a lot more budget to make a better game. Arguably, maybe there is a case where visual novels, and that's, let's face it, what this is more than anything else, even though it does have some puzzles around it, have somewhat of a low standard to them quite often. There's tons of visual novels that are just sex games, and they sell just fine. There's tons of bad visual novels, so the market is just kind of flooded with so much competition that if you're going to make something that is really, really good, it won't stand out in the crowd that much, and it won't sell. And that also creates the scenario where the good visual novels sell for $60 or even maybe $100, and that just becomes a unrealistic price in comparison to the 99 cents visual novels that are also flooding places like Steam.
You probably have a great many questions.
So had they saved budget on the 3D modeling, they very possibly would have not spent any of it to make the game any better or the puzzles any better.
What day is it?
Good question.
Where are we?
Good question.
Who is Zero? And what does he have to do with Akane Kurashiki?
I think I know the answer to that, but I'd like it fleshed out.
But I imagine there is one question that rises above all the others.
Why?
Why were we brought here? The answer to that is simple. Everything that has happened here is part of our plan. All of this was required for the success of the AD.
The music is too loud here in this final part, and I haven't changed any setting at all, so they just didn't turn up Akane when she should have been louder. Like, I get the idea they're trying to make her old and feeble sounding, but this would have been a perfect time to turn the music off, or turn it really, really down.
I assume you've heard the name by now, at least.
AB Project. We've heard the name, we have no idea what it really means.
In any event, you were all needed in order to execute our plan. The Nonary Game was necessary for the same reason.
See, and here's the danger zone. Are they going to just say it was necessary and leave it at that? Or are they going to give us something that we can swallow as an explanation that seems even slightly reasonable? I would be fine if they just said Akane is crazy and she created this crazy plan, but the crazy plan actually worked. But if they just say it's necessary and leave it at that, that's going to be very disappointing. And I'm afraid it might be that.
Your question now, I imagine, is just what is this AB project? The answer to that is also simple. Allow me to explain.
The answers should not be simple for as complicated as the story has been.
Created the AB project for one purpose:
What was the purpose? Good question.
to transport the consciousnesses of two people into the past. Those two people are you, Sigma, and you, Phi.
Okay. Why? Why go through all this effort to transport your consciousnesses into the past unless by transporting the consciousness of Sigma and Phi into the past they are going to let me go back to like before Radical 6 happened and know the cure. But I would have to know how to make the cure, not just know that the cure exists. And frankly, if Sigma was running around saying that a new virus called Radical 6 is going to infect the world, people wouldn't listen. So you'd almost have to send Sigma's consciousness and Phi's consciousness so far into the past that they have years to work on a cure for a virus that they wouldn't even have samples for to save the world, unless they can figure out like who was patient 0 and kill them. This is the 12 Monkeys concept of the movie and sort of the TV series, where you just are constantly trying to find the patient 0 in the 12 Monkeys movie, and they are kind of constantly failing at it. What do you mean, the past? The moment the words were out of my mouth, I realized no one could hear the answer. No one there could answer the question, not Phi, not Tomoji, and certainly not a pre-recorded hologram.
Have you figured out what this room is? I assume you saw the Q on the door. It stands for quantum.
Yeah, not really important to tell me that the Q stands for quantum.
That makes this the quantum room.
Took a moment to realize that she changed subjects without even pausing. There was nothing we could do, of course, but I still felt a twinge of frustration.
Take a look at the rear of the room. Do you see that large enclosure?
What part of the room is the rear of the room? You might as well say take a look behind you.
That houses our quantum computer.
Okay, that's a quantum computer. That explains why it's so big.
Systems that control this entire facility run on that machine.
Which I'm a little surprised that the generator room takes up more space than the quantum computer room. If anything, I'd think they'd be on equal terms, if not the quantum computer being even bigger.
That includes the construct you refer to as Zero Junior.
Yeah, there's kind of no point to bring back Zero Junior and the Golems. They were pretty much just red herrings.
All of them do their thinking in that box.
Hmm.
Isn't that strange, though? It seems contrary to how we perceive the world.
Yeah, it's really pointless to have Akane moving her lips. You won't even really notice it.
The body, the thing that you see and interact with, is somewhere else. But the mind and all its thoughts are in this box.
So I guess this is supposed to be a metaphor
Perhaps it isn't so strange.
or analogy.
Perhaps humans are the same, with our minds and thoughts existing separate from our bodies.
Yeah, there is definitely a danger that this is going to come off as an explanation that somebody who had just done mushrooms the night before thought up, and that there's no real thinking here. This arguably is probably a good example of why light novels have seemingly become more popular in Japan instead of like visual novels. It feels like there are more authors trying to take more time to write stories instead of just churning out mediocre visual novel stories.
We all have individual brains, think individual thoughts,
At a certain level, I suppose there's
individual wills.
there should be a push for more people to try to write great long novels with detail and more thought put into it instead of short, flippant short stories that often would go nowhere, or they would get turned into episodes of some sitcom. Of course, we haven't really seen a lot of that in TV. There's still a decent mix of short, flippant stories getting recycled over and over again. But movies tend to try to be a little bit headier and more thought out.
That makes communication.
I'm clearly not paying enough attention here. I don't even care.
So,
Like,
we're forced to rely on inefficient mediums like language, photographs, nonverbal cues.
I don't want to just put this in auto mode, but I
Transmit information.
probably should.
Each one of us is an individual, and we have no direct connection to anyone else. But is that really true?
It's kind of ridiculous for Akane to make the argument that they don't have a direct connection when in the first game we saw that Junpei and Akane did have a direct connection,
Dimensions we are
and
most
other characters clearly have a connection.
If we look at things from another higher dimension, however, we may all be connected after all, like the branches of a tree or a rhizome.
I feel like rhizomes are very different from branches of a tree.
Imagine a horizontal cross-section of the root system of a large tree. All you can see are the spots where the roots intersect the plane of your cross-section.
This is a actually fairly decent explanation
In the two dimensions
concept.
you see, the roots all appear to be individual things with no connection to one another. But this isn't the case. If you expand your view and look at the root system in 3 dimensions,
That really needed a visual twist of rotating your perspective from like a flat 2D image to a 3D image, or some kind of transition that was better than just a fade in.
all the roots join together at the trunk. In 2 dimensions, they appear to be separate.
And we did a puzzle that basically showed this.
But if you look at the roots from a third higher dimension, you see
What's funny is she's a hologram, so she probably could have had a hologram image there to show you that. But apparently it either showed you on the screen or you just imagined what you just saw.
Doesn't that at least seem like it could be a possibility? I believe that is how human consciousness actually works.
So the thought here, though, is because maybe things are connected in a higher dimension, that there would be some form of communication that can happen from a lower dimension upward, and that doesn't completely make sense, because while everything in the universe is theoretically connected by space, like everything is connected. There's basically only one universe full of space, and there's vacuum outside of that. That does connect us all. That doesn't inherently mean that our connections communicate any information. In the same way that if you plug a plug of a lamp into an outlet, it's connected, but that doesn't mean that there's any data being transferred, only power there. Of course, you could transfer data through an outlet, and there are some things that do that, and there are even some bulbs that might even work with some data, although I can't think of a scenario where a bulb would actually communicate directly through the outlet instead of just communicating through a Wi-Fi signal of some sort.
Well, I'm not the only one, I suppose. Zero and I share that belief.
So I really would like to know how Zero got into this whole research in the first place.
Morphogenetic field theory.
Jimoji mumbled something out that sounded like nonsense. I opened my mouth to ask him what it meant, but Akane was already talking again.
Now,
It's probably nice that they would just shoot out that red herring instead of spending 5 minutes on it.
I'm referring to the fourth dimension used in Minkowski space-time.
Yep.
Let's start with a single dimension, where
So
all that exists is a point.
this is the weirdness, certainly, is that there are some mathematical formulas or some understandings, at the very least, as far as I understand it, where we live in the third dimension, although arguably humans might live in the fifth dimension, where, depending on the theory, where the fourth dimension is like space and the fifth dimension is time, or vice versa. But there are other theories where, in geometry in particular, where a fifth dimension doesn't inherently mean space or time. It just means yet another dimension, as far as different directions you could potentially go on an XY graph, or an XYZ graph.
Connect points to one another, and you have a line.
You have a line segment. A line goes on infinitely.
In one dimension, the only surface you can create is that, a line. But move to two dimensions and create more lines.
I feel like
Create shapes.
this is probably going to be a case where a lot of the animation budget needed to be spent, but also it's not going to be easily reused. Some of this information could have been repeated in some of the bad endings, and it could have felt like, oh, well, this doesn't matter, this is just red herring garbage. Or you could have a character start to talk about something, and Sigma could just be a jerk and say, I don't care about that, and zone out.
These are two-dimensional surfaces. Move up to three dimensions, and you can connect these shapes to one another and form three-dimensional objects.
So in 2 dimensions, you're creating line segments on a plane. In 3 dimensions, you're connecting planes into a region area. I don't even know what you would call connecting multiple planes.
Now you have a three-dimensional surface, which encompasses a volume of space.
I guess, volume of the space.
and you formed a four-dimensional object which encompasses a volume of both space and time.
And see, this is where a lot of theories would fall apart.
It is on that fourth-dimensional axis that our minds are connected. If that was true, then what would prevent anyone from sending their consciousness backward or forward in time?
The argument against this, of course, is there's been billions of people, one assumes, in this universe. Why wouldn't somebody have been able to do it before in some noticeable way if it was actually possible?
That theory is the foundation of the AB project. The A represents after, and the B represents before.
And in Japanese, this probably makes a lot more sense to explain all of this, but
It probably sounds silly to you.
But yeah, in English it sounds very silly.
A ridiculous story made up by a bad old woman. But look at what's happened.
They're trying really hard to play the music. They're going through like the entire soundtrack.
You've seen many different worlds and timelines, haven't you, Sigma? And what about you, Phi? I know you have too. Am I wrong? Tenmyoji should know what I'm talking about as well.
So was Tenmyoji also seeing flashbacks? I don't think so, but Tenmyoji is I think the main character from the previous game, so you should probably believe her.
I believe you experienced something very similar nearly half a century ago. You sent your consciousness to the past to help save a little girl's life. It was a long time ago. But
Yeah. You definitely would be screwed at this point had you not played the first game.
perhaps
So calling this a sister game is ridiculous. It is clearly a sequel. It's really, really ridiculous to call this a sister game.
Yeah, of course I do.
It almost feels like they got a different voice actor from the character, the voice actor who played the character in the previous game.
How can I forget? That little girl was you, Akane.
Suddenly, it felt like Fi and I were outsiders trespassing on something we had no right to see. Tenmyoji's face was taunt with emotion as he looked into Akane's eyes. Now, inherently, this goes to say that Alice and Clover had to have been frozen for a very, very long time for Junpei to be so old. It seemed almost like she was looking back at him.
now. Unfortunately, my time is up.
Apparently, these holograms take ridiculous amounts of space, more than the entire consciousness of hundreds of golems and an AI.
The final stage of the project will begin very soon. I need to go prepare. The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me.
Ridiculous. Like, how are we going to come and find her unless we go back in time and have everybody escape the Nonary game? But we did. That seems really pointless to jump back in the past just to have everybody escape the Nonary game instead of jumping much further in the past to have to solve Radical 6 or change something even else. Like, why not inherently, if Radical 6 is created by like some bad guys that were affiliated with the first Nonary game, why not jump all the way back and make it so none of the Nonary games ever happen in the first place and save the kidnapped kids from ever being kidnapped?
I'll be waiting.
How can we come and find her?
The cat in the box.
Yeah.
Is it alive or is it dead?
Saying bringing back the red herring of the Schrodinger's cat.
Sigma, Phi,
wait.
And the argument is that the world outside at the moment is the cat in the box, and we are the observers inside the warehouse. So we're not sure if if the world outside is full of Radical 6 killing everybody, or if it isn't. There is also, I guess, this thought, though, that not only are they sending the consciousness of Sigma back, or trying to send his consciousness back, they're trying to send the consciousness of a clone of Sigma back into the original body, which seems like quite a cheat, because a clone, clearly, I think from a fourth dimensional perspective, is not the same consciousness.
Akane, wait!
Why is she laughing?
Oh, Tenmyoji, I can almost see you. You don't need to worry. Everything is going to be okay. I will see you again one day. I promise.
This is Akane comes off as kind of a very annoying, like, female companion to Tenmyoji, because she just drags him through the mud. She's literally like ruined his entire life having him chase after her. Whereas had he just not been included or kidnapped for the second Nonary game, he would have thought that they were just childhood friends and moved on with his life.
I'm going to have to ask you to wait. Just
I also feel like Junpei in the first game is a much more likable and like relatable character than the Tenmyoji Junpei character in the second game, which turns him into just a dirty old man who's been spending his entire life chasing after Akane, with taking only a small break to take care of Quark.
Akane!
Then you have your standard anime scream. Then she was gone. We're back to flat 2D animations. Tenmyoji collapsed to his knees and his back hunched and shaking. I saw tears land on the white-knuckled fist as he pressed against his thighs. And they did two animations there, with one with a tear and one without. I kept quiet. What was there to say? Fi and I looked at one another and nodded silently. With a shaking hand, Tenmyoji pulled a photograph out of his pocket. It's a picture of a girl. After all that we'd been through, her smile was enough to break your heart. Okay. We made our way to the warehouse on floor A and met with the others. So how many people are here? We don't know yet. But we can see that we are close to the end, unless the game is going to just decide to give us more stuff. And so now would be the time. We have Axelveer times 2. And so now we can look at all of this. Let's see. Basically, we have joke answers and just an explanation. Scientific name for the order in which rabbits belong, and 03's actual name apparently is Lagomorph. What was this? Tenmyoji announced. When they were split up at the red, blue, and green chromatic doors, Tenmyoji told Alice that there was something he had to tell her. That something was, of course, his identity, and that he already knew all about Alice Ice 9, and not because he'd heard about it from Clover. Okay. So the revelation that he was trying to tell people was that, and only Alice and Clover, is that he was Junpei. After the second round AB game, after going through the purple and green doors, Clover, as a solo, was heard to say the following to Tenmyoji, her opponent. What the heck do you mean with all that? It's not fair. If you're telling the truth, then I... So what had Tenmyoji said to her? The same he'd meant to say to Alice, of course. He told him who he was, that That simple fact shook Clover's resolve and made her vote ally. It's probably hadn't been the original intention, his original intention to betray her, but after thinking about Quark's safety, he probably felt he had no choice but to pick betray. So they're just filling in some gaps there. AB project stands for after before, but they can also stand for anima and body. Everything that happened in this facility is part of the AB project, and I suppose that's what this logo, which we can look at, is going to mean. And I don't feel like there's anything else more to gain from this image, really. Other than E is clearly the point of the split there, whether or not we go one way or another. So who is fine? There are a few clues scattered throughout the story, but nothing conclusive. Perhaps the truth will be revealed at the Nevada test site. So apparently they're going to just leave that as a question completely, and leave her as potentially a character that would show up in the third Nonary game. If that happens, I honestly would be hopeful that the spiritual third in this trilogy, it gets away from the storyline completely and tells you a different story completely. Like, I don't really even think there's much that we could take from it. Like, I don't even have, here it is, KSDA4IUSD, and she knows everything. This was like the login she used, which doesn't really explain anything at all, other than she must. I would think if you were gonna suspect anything, she's potentially June. She's some other timeline of June who got kidnapped, or I mean, that's pretty much all you could get. Either that, or you say it's June's brother, Santa Claus, who hasn't been mentioned at all in this story, and they've transferred him, or he's had a sex change operation. Like, that would be kind of the only other character I would really even think of. She could potentially have been one of the daughters that was kidnapped, or one of the kids that was kidnapped for the first Nonary game, but then why would nobody have recognized her? Like, I think they're just gonna leave it, and I think it's probably intentionally gonna give you only a little clue and nothing else, and leave it very nebulous. They say directly here, nothing conclusive. And then deactivation passwords. Here's a little something more about the bomb deactivation passwords. Those passwords, they aren't just gibberish. There's something hidden in each one. I can only give you one hint, +1. Good luck. There's a lot more to the story, but I think we'll stop with the secret archives here. Thanks for playing, and we hope you enjoyed the game. Alright, so if we were to look at the deactivation codes and add 1 to everything, bomb number 1 would be CRA S H K E Y S. That doesn't seem like that spells anything. CRA S H. Crash K E Y. Crash keys. And then, so the second part would be F R E E Z S O U. Freeze O U L. Should write these down instead of trying to do this all in my head. Let's try this. All right. So it was crash. I can't even draw things that small. Keys. And then F R E E Z S O S L P L. See, that doesn't really seem to spell as much. It's like freeze SOSL and C L M Y R O H no O I D O N S. My roids, like hemorrhoids, crash key hemorrhoids. Then the zero bomb. Let's see if we can write this one. L M Y B R Almond O T S T E R. So these don't seem like they are don't seem like they are one big message. Like my brother for the zero probably means something. Crash keys kind of doesn't mean anything. Freeze like doesn't seem like it means anything. Freezes L. And then my roids. Maybe it's supposed to be my droids. No, it's MROID O N. My rodents? Yeah. So whatever that's even supposed to mean, I don't really know. It's just Easter eggs and it's just garbage and it's a waste of time. Like most of these secret stuff, it's been not helpful. Let's just like quickly go down here and we can just quickly say what do we need in the game and what do we not need to know about AB rooms, AB gates, sure, bracelets, sure. AI being explained makes some sense, but then the endings of the have a nice trick trap trader, none of that makes any sense. The quantum computer definition makes sense. Floor 8 graffiti. What is the Nonary game? rules, supplemental rules, pairs and solos, BPs, all of that makes sense. But then you start getting into the lunar eclipse. We don't know anything about that as far as, is there some thought that that is how they are sending the consciousness back, because there's been zero explanation of that. Did we need Soperville and Tubercurine and Radical 6 and Alex Aver all as buzzwords? No. We could have easily said Soperville will make you pass out. However, there's a massive dose of Soperville in your watches, giving you 100 times the normal dose, causing you to die. That gets rid of Tubercurine completely. And then you only need Axelvir as a cure to Radical 6. And you could also say Axelvir has the benefit of counteracting Soperil B, so that there's only 2 drugs at all. And that way you can have an economy of thoughts and ideas. Atom, like the Atom device, is just a red herring. The newspaper expert's useful. The injection gun, you could just assume that that's fine. EU, the erotic units concept doesn't make any sense, and it was pointless. Phone definitions is unnecessary. The golems coming into play should have not come into play. It would have been much more shocking to get to the end of Luna's tale and find out that she was a robot in a world where we have not even seen a robot. The Chinese room concept and the Turing test concept, all of that could be left on the cutting room floor. There's no reason to have that red like, honestly, yeah, a lot of the red herrings could go away, and we could have just been told a story about people trying to survive instead of a story about sci-fi mysteries. Luminol, not really necessary. Generalized amnesia, not really necessary. Like cooked foods being talked about, like, not really necessary. The Myrmidons. Myrmidons. That's what it was spelling. It's not hemorrhoids, it was Myrmidons. A made-up word. So no wonder I didn't recognize it. The Rubio float doesn't need to be talked about. The use of the word penalty instead of just being killed is unnecessary. The hazmat suits not playing a big role in the story. Jumpy doll being not really necessary as far as a secret. A lot of the research journal stuff, I don't think we ever read any of this, but it does give you decent information. So maybe you would have brought that into the main story. Although most of the things here in the secrets are, I'm very glad, aren't in the main story, but you almost certainly are going to end up getting all these secrets if you try to play the game even slightly well. Let's see. Snake is Clover's older brother, real name Light. Santa is an arrogant, uncooperative young man. Clover is Clover. Junpei is the character that was the main hero, and that's Tin Miyoji. June is Akane Kurashiki. 7 is the amnesic detective who didn't show up again because he was a bad guy. And then Lotus. So, yeah, unless Lotus was an attractive programmer who had 2 daughters, unless Phi is one of those daughters, then there really is not a lot of hints here definitively. Although Phi does seem to have some programming skills, so maybe she did learn some of that from Lotus. Arguably, I would say Lotus is a much more interesting and well-written character compared to Alice, when you compare 2 characters who are in extremely ridiculous skimpy clothes. She feels much more relatable once you finally get her backstory of Lotus, that her children were kidnapped in the first Nonary game, and that she was trying to save them or investigate what happened. Let's see. here we have this part, which I'd kind of forgotten about, with the lock on the grave, which, and then the SOIS doesn't really play a role. And then worth mentioning that background image doesn't get used. Prisoner's Dilemma should have been explained really early and in the main game. Cybernetic arms don't make any sense at all. Luna's necklace didn't really come out to mean anything. Swimsuit. The swimsuit perversion doesn't play a good role. The talk of the antimatter reactor and the anti-hydrogen bombs doesn't really play any big role. And then you have like all these math equations that were thrown in for no reason. The knife doesn't get used well. Gentle points as a concept doesn't get used well. Nox's 10 Commandments, which that doesn't really play any role. Slingshots really didn't play any role. Termites didn't really play any role. I don't even remember why they were mentioned so much. Yeah, it feels like a good 50-60% of the secrets don't play a good role in the story and should have been left on the cutting room floor. Whereas a lot of these other items that we pick up don't really play a huge role other than their solutions to puzzles that they were used for, and that's it. So here's that mystery schematic that we found, I guess, in the archives. And I don't think that's going to be used anywhere else. So let's wrap this up then. We made our way to the warehouse on floor A and met with the others. It took only a few minutes to decide to head to the infirmary. I think everybody might be alive. As soon as we arrived, we began to treat Alice and Cork for Radical 6. I gave Luna the Alexiver that I'd found in the queue room. She quickly prepared it and we get a sound effect. It's been a while since we've seen Alice. Injected Alice and Cork.
Thank goodness.
Still with her ridiculous outfit and just a visual red herring to say the least, and a visual distraction. Like visually, you could have easily eliminated Cork's coat and definitely eliminated his hat. Even they eliminated his hat for half of the timelines and just put a shirt of some sort on Alice. Something somewhat realistic. It's kind of like that character Quiet in Metal Gear Solid, where it's just like, alright, you put this character in a bikini top because you wanted to, over it making any sense whatsoever, and then you came up with a fairly ridiculous explanation that she breathes through her skin and thus has to wear a bikini top, which is kind of ridiculous. Where I would argue, if you look at something like what's that game? I've forgotten the name of it. Well, there's plenty of Japanese games in general where you have an anime character that is in basically lingerie or fancy Chinese dress type outfits. Chun-Li is kind of a great example in the Street Fighter series, where you're pushing the line certainly, and you're going wild and crazy with it, but you're not just getting ridiculous and showing skin for titillation. It's a little bit reserved, and often less is more. Like if you were going to see a stripper, you probably don't want to see a stripper who is completely nude the second they stand on the stage and they just dance around completely nude for their entire dance. You probably want a stripper who comes out with some form of clothing and then potentially loses a lot of that And arguably, you probably don't want a full nude experience as much as you would want a bikini and topless nude for the vast majority of people. That's why there's actually, I think, fairly few full nude strip joints in the United States. And Alice definitely feels like a character who is coming out almost fully nude as far as you could go in a video game without making it an adult game. And it's just never feels appropriate. But of course, I've said that dozens of times, and I just have to point it out again. Nier Automata was the game I was thinking about, by the way. Yeah, Nier Automata, you have a character, the main character you play as, I believe, is called 2B, and she has a ridiculous blindfold on, and she has what is kind of a fancy lingerie style, fancy, almost night dress, like nightgown, and while it is somewhat lewd, it's also perfectly okay for that character to be in that game, and it doesn't feel out of place because all the other characters are wearing the same clothing, and it gets explained away probably a little bit better. Also, it opens up the door to a lot of cosplayers wearing similar outfits, whereas if there was a cosplayer trying to dress up as Alice from Virtue's Last Reward, they probably wouldn't be allowed in any convention hall because they would just be completely exposing themselves. Although a lot of cosplayers do push that line too. Anyways, you can see once again I'm not super invested in the story. Thank goodness. It'll take some time for them to recover completely. Why did Luna not say that directly?
They should be fine.
Maybe she did say that line.
Good.
So Clover is still alive. Kay is still alive.
Indeed.
Thank you, Luna. And thanks for finding
Luna's still alive. So is Dio then frozen in the is he frozen in the treatment pods?
Thank you so much.
Don't sweat it. They still all have bracelets on them.
No need to thank us.
Timioji said nothing and just walked over to Quark's unconscious body. He took the small boy's hand in his own and held it tight. I could see tears at the corner of his eyes as he turned away from us. Who are we missing then? If it's just Dio, where had he gone? It didn't take me long to find him. He was sprawled unconscious on the floor beneath the sink. Did we handcuff him there? Or did somebody else do this? Handcuffs?
Oh, we found those in the crew quarters. Before you returned, we went to check on the bomb in room 2, and we found them.
So they found the handcuffs in the crew quarters when they checked the bomb, and at that point, I guess, maybe they had injected Dio with Soparil before and knocked him out. I guess he may also have the activation codes. Well, no, he would have already activated the bombs. So, the only thing he may have is the suicide pill now.
Of course, the bomb was indeed turned off. Thank you again for dealing with him.
So yeah, this is a timeline where the bombs did exist. Although it seems like the knife was hidden somewhere else. And I guess in this timeline, the dead body was never found. So I guess maybe she's not dead. I guess that's the case, is that maybe June is frozen in the graveyard, and as soon as we get a key to unlock it, we will free her and she'll explain everything to us.
You are quite literally lifesavers. You have my eternal gratitude.
It's weird that Kate talks like a robot when we now know he's not a robot, he's probably a clone. I coughed awkwardly and looked pointedly around the room. I glanced over at Fi to see she was doing the same thing. After that, we headed back to Floor A warehouse to play the AB game, specifically me, Fi, Kay, and Luna. Clover and Timoji decided to remain in the infirmary, just in case something happened with Alice, Quark, and Dio. Luna would represent Clover's team, with Quark and Dio sleeping. Kay would represent their team by default, which left me, Fi, and Timoji. You should vote.
No, I'll let you handle it.
So Fi doesn't vote.
I chose betray in the last round.
Fi's little Latin brooch doesn't really give a hint as far as who she would be, unless Lotus spoke some Latin in the previous game, and she may have, and I just don't remember it.
You probably don't trust me right now.
What? That doesn't matter now.
Excuse me. I apologize for interrupting, but I think you should be the one to vote in the next round fight.
Why?
You already have 9 BP. There's no reason for you to choose Betray now.
Interesting. So yeah, in this timeline, she already has 9 BP. Hey, you're acting like you might actually try and betray her.
Not necessarily.
What does it matter what he's suggesting? We're almost there. We just have to play the AB game 3 more times. Then we can all get 9 points.
Yeah, that's true.
That means each representative has to choose ally all 3 times.
So it's reminding us, which is helpful, frankly, and this is a different chart. We've never seen this chart before. This should have been throughout the entire game. It's ridiculous that this gets showed at the end. So Sigma has 4. So if he allies 3 times, he'd get everybody over. He'd get everybody to... I guess they just need to do ally because they don't know who they'll be paired with and who they'll be soloed against in the voting later. And honestly, I don't know what happens to determine who you're going to be against because there aren't any like chromatic doors. So like it's basically going to randomly tell you who your opponent is also. So you can't ever guarantee that Sigma should betray Phi at this point and get more points so that Sigma is a little bit higher. It is easier just for everybody to say ally and do it 3 times. If the 3rd round everybody allied, there'd be a lot of people at 10 points. At the 4th round, there'd be a lot of people at over 9 points, but there's still Tenmyoji, Alice, Luna, and Sigma at 8. And at the 5th round, everybody at that point is at 9.
Okay. I'll vote. You're sure you're alright with this, Sigma?
So we're just letting Phi vote, which seems like this is the only time that we've let somebody else vote. Yeah, I trust you. I handed her the star key.
Shall we open the doors?
The real question is,
An Ambidex gate has been
who has the key to open the grave?
45 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling.
Or where is it hidden?
Oh, right. We have to wait for the deadline.
Oh. Well, we could vote earlier, but then each voter would be stuck inside the AB room for 45 minutes.
Okay. Let's go back to the infirmary then.
I agree. Please, lead the way.
Luna and Kay set off towards the yellow door. I was about to follow when...
Hold on. I just remembered something.
Okay, so what does 5 remember? Be crazy if her necklace has the key on it. What?
The AB room on the left. In one of the other histories, she...
Oh yeah, you're right. Akane's body was in there. What does that mean? Why didn't we find her body this time?
Maybe because she wasn't murdered.
But how? When did history change?
Do you remember what Akane said?
The cat in the box.
So she's the cat in the box.
Is it alive? Or is it dead? Sigma, Phi. You will decide its fate.
The Schrodinger's cat thing.
Exactly.
I wonder what she meant about us deciding its
Perhaps
fate.
she was saying her own fate wasn't decided yet.
Huh?
The history where she's alive and the history where she's murdered are both real right now.
What? No, that's impossible. We've already opened the box. We've opened the door to this AB room and there was no body.
We haven't opened the box. We haven't found a body, but we haven't found her alive yet either. In other words, we haven't actually observed her. The hologram was a recording from before this game started.
The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me. I'll be waiting.
It is annoying that the rule basically locks him into waiting 45 minutes to do each AB game, because that does mean that they're going to have to jump forward in time for like 2 hours and 25 minutes plus to show that everybody votes ally and nobody betrays. Where was Akane now? Where was she waiting for us? ... Or what if she wasn't anywhere now? What if she was waiting for us in another timeline? Or what if she was waiting for us in the past? Was that even possible? If she was, what would that mean? I guess we already have this answer, but I don't really know what it means. I feel like you couldn't have gotten to this point specifically without a new destination has been added to the flowchart. To be continued. Yeah. I don't think you would have been able to get a different ending there. I don't think that's really a branching option. Oh, okay, so instead of going back, and I thought what we would have to do is remember which ending it was that we went to the botanical garden, which wouldn't have been that hard because we could have just there. I looked out there and probably subconsciously knew that. So yeah, if we had gone there instead, that would have maybe given us the answer. And there's not a locked book here. So the last lock was lock number 10. Now we're just going back to the past. AB room, the past. Sure. I don't know if the game would have restarted in that location. I bet it wouldn't. I wouldn't be surprised if it did literally just restart you at the beginning of the story again. Arg. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Damn it. Feels like my head's gonna explode. Wait. Where the hell am I? We really didn't get a good explanation as to why the number 3 unlocked a different code here. Looks like an elevator, but...
This is one of the AB rooms.
Spy remembers a bunch of things. Gah. Who the hell are you? And what the hell's an AB room?
Damn.
So apparently only 5's gonna remember. This first escape room, by the way, I think it was way better than any of the other escape rooms. And it wasn't even that good.
I guess you did lose your memory after all.
Memory. Memory. Way too many of these flashbacks. Way too much of this. Still not sure if we're going to end up with Sigma and Phi dying as Virtue's last reward. And remember, you're Phi. She grinned. When is
Check your
this?
bracelet.
It's red, pair. BP is 3.
Mine's the same.
Does this mean this is the beginning of the game? We've gone back to when we first woke up in the AB room?
No, not quite.
Hmm.
I think we woke up a little earlier this time.
Hmm. How do you know?
Push the buttons on the side of your bracelet.
We have 2 hours and 15 minutes.
We didn't wake up this long before the primary doors opened last time. I think we're about an hour early.
Interesting. Wait a minute. If you're right.
Yeah. Akane might still be alive.
Hmm.
We got back before Dio killed her. I think.
Hmm. Then
Right. We're here for one reason.
save Akane and not change anything else, I guess, to stop her from getting killed.
Exactly.
Let's move. We need to get out of this here
Need
fast.
to tell me twice. Let's go.
Hmm. Like, timeline-wise, though, do we really need to... Do we really need to do this? We don't need to look there. This is our past, remember? That means we're just repeating history. See what I'm getting at? Yeah, the password for the safe should be the same earlier. Exactly. Now hurry up and open it. Alright, well then. Let's go here. We need to remember the password for the safe. We figured it out last time. Once the password has been found, it will never change. Go back to the past, and changing timelines won't alter it. This is kind of crazy because inherently this means that they're trying to imply the idea that you would sun, star, let's do that one first. Okay, I opened it. No, that's the wrong password. We need the one to get the key. Interesting, there was nothing in there. So, star, moon. Yeah, it does almost imply that you should have... There, it's open. Why is there even a key in this room? Is there a lock in this room? Yeah, good work. Oh yeah, and grab that. Cracker. Damn, I meant key. What the hell? Just shut up and do it. It does... Fi does seem to say the wrong words a lot. Yeah, there's a different lock that the key is used for in this room. Just do it already. No need to yell. Alright, good. Looks like that worked. Now, theoretically, you open this door and Dio kills you. Ready, Fi? What do you think? I know. Don't need to ask every time, right? Then why the hell are you asking? Hurry up. Right. I'm going. 10, 9, 8, 1, done. So, yeah, that... I don't see how you don't get killed by Dio here. Hey, you pushed the button. Bite me. You were taking too long. On a schedule here. Ugh. Glad they didn't actually make you solve it again, although it really wouldn't have hurt too much to make you solve it a different way and then have you reset the puzzle so that it's solved the way you did it originally. That would be fairly interesting if you did have to go back to one puzzle, not all the puzzles, and change things and move things around. Fine, I climbed to the hatch and out to the top of the AB room. It took us only a moment to spot them. Akane. Binder was Dio. He was moving quickly and quietly with a knife glinting in his right hand. So how do you stop him without him seeing you? Poop. I forgot about the cussing in this game too. There's no way to yell to her. I scrambled down from the top of the AB room. Fi wasn't following me. When I looked back, she was still standing on the roof. Fi, what the hell are you doing? Get down here. And before I could finish, she'd moved. She ran across the room, launched herself into the air. We've got another long jump with cybernetic legs animation that you barely get to see. What the?
He's fine. Just unconscious.
I've been down and held my fingers from in front of his mouth. You're still
I
breathing?
don't think he saw me.
The thing you would want to do now is take the activator out of his pocket and maybe break it if it's still near him, then it couldn't activate, or take the suicide pill out of his pocket at least. But then that changes things, and you're in this weird catch-22 where you don't want to change the past too much, but then you are changing the past, so why not just get really crazy with it? Why not, like, inject him with Soparil right now from the infirmary and have him be asleep and go get the handcuffs and handcuff him on top of that and leave him without his bracelet, without even a bracelet on his wrist, so he's not even needed to be involved in any of the games.
He probably has no idea what happened to him.
Guy went down like a sack of potatoes.
He had it coming.
I heard footsteps come to a stop right in front of us. I looked up. So it'd be funny if we just get the conversation here.
So you came.
And here you can see how, as a 3D model, her being drawn old is really unfortunate. Her face looks awful. Just really, really old and drawn out. Her hair doesn't look like hair. It looks like polygons. The whole outfit's interesting, but not particularly much to say there. It's probably got too much detail for as little as it's going to be used.
I've been waiting for you.
Dot, dot, dot.
You're here to hear the rest, right?
What? Wait, just wait a moment. What the hell is your deal? How can you be so calm? If we hadn't shown up just now, you'd...
Have been stabbed in the heart by this young man and died. Yes. Although, that reminds me, I haven't thanked you yet. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I don't know if I want to blame a voice actress here, as far as Akane's voice, but she sounds terrible. And I think that's probably just because they're having them play an old person.
I very much appreciate you saving me.
I think that's just way too old of a character. That... What?
Hold on. How do you know about being stabbed by Dio? Are you an Esper too?
Yes. Indeed I am.
Just a quick explanation for everything. Are you an Esper too? Yes, I am.
I am able to jump through time, just like you.
Seems like only a few people can do it without some form of assistance or manipulation by Nonary Games. Then what the hell were you thinking? If you knew he was going to stab you, why were you going to let him do it? Bigger question is, if she can jump back in time, why can't she jump back in time and accomplish her goals completely without involving Phi and Sigma?
Because I had to.
You what?
Think back. Why are you here? If I hadn't been killed by Dio, no one else would have been murdered. Consequently, your own abilities would never have manifested.
So the argument is that the entire Nonary game was to make Phi and Sigma's abilities manifest, which is kind of the exact same situation in the first Nonary game.
I did explain.
But even then, Tin Myoji's abilities to go back in the past and save Akane as a little girl in the first Nonary game seems to not really have opened his ability to be used at any other point in his life.
The purpose of the AB
So it was a one-time
was to
deal.
send the two of you to the past, or your minds at least. In order for that to happen, some death was necessary. When a human brain is
Once again,
faced with
the
danger,
explanation is just because.
increases.
When the human brain is faced with danger, its processing speed increases. So did I never have Radical 6?
Information is processed more quickly, and time almost seems to slow. A few seconds can feel like an eternity.
Well, see, that's the exact opposite of the effect of Radical 6.
Unfortunately, that in itself isn't enough to send oneself through time. The amplitude of the consciousness is simply too small. In order to increase the amplitude, we need to slow down the brain before the increase happens.
So did they create Radical 6 on accident? Also, that opened the door to a nasty thought of, are they amplifying Sigma's brain by having a bunch of like cloned slave consciousness in some machinery somewhere? I don't think that's going to be the case, but like that would be a different way to potentially amplify someone's consciousness.
It's a little like a slingshot.
Yeah, once again, an analogy too late into the story.
Pull back on the rubber band and then let go. The potential energy you stored in the band is released and converted into kinetic energy. That's what fires the bullet out of the slingshot.
I don't know if you'd call the pellets in a slingshot or the rocks in a slingshot a bullet, but okay.
Now, while a slingshot can only fire in one direction, your mind isn't similarly limited.
Most slingshots can fire in two directions if you pulled it the other way and shot it back at yourself.
When the bullet of your consciousness is fired from the slingshot of your brain.
See, this is an analogy that's just terrible because of the translation. Like you're mentioning bullets, you're mentioning slingshots, you're mentioning three-dimensional and being fired.
From that perspective, time is no longer fixed. In other words, you can travel to the future, the past, whenever you like.
If this was true, why not travel to the future to get the cure for Alexavir and then come back to the present? Maybe that's what they're going to do.
Your consciousness has been released from the three-dimensional cage. In order for that to happen,
there's been no mention of a cage before. Whoa, what?
We're infected with Radical 6?
Yes.
This would be funny if this is the reveal that every time the game mentioned time to you, it was lying. And the amount of time, and every time you looked at your watch, it was lying.
Don't you remember, Sigma? Luna should have told you about it in another timeline.
Are you sure? Infecting all of these people with such a horrible disease?
All the people, which I guess is everybody except for Luna, have been infected with Radical 6, maybe with the exception of Dio. Because clearly they didn't want Dio to manifest. Well, maybe they did infect Dio. That would be crazy if Dio got infected and then he accomplished his goals in a timeline.
Well, apart from Luna, of course. Unfortunately, it was necessary. We needed to slow your minds in order to store up your potential energy.
So maybe everybody has been moving really slow the whole time.
Then we provided a dire situation that would accelerate your processing speed. The result is what you are now experiencing. Your consciousness now occupies four-dimensional space-time.
This just sounds like gibberish.
Even that, however, wasn't enough. You had the ability to travel, but your memories could easily be lost during the trip. If the project was to succeed, you had to be able to retain everything you learned in each reality.
And how did they cause that to happen?
That was the reason you were forced to jump so many times.
Oh, just by making you do it so many
With
times.
each jump, your ability to remember improved, eventually. you would be able to retain everything. That is
Dot,
why
dot, dot,
we
dot,
made
dot,
you
dot.
play the AB game.
So the whole point of AB games was just to create different timelines so that you would die many times so you would eventually learn to remember.
That was why you had to select different chromatic doors. By forcing specific choices, we could cause you to make more jumps.
I get it. I think I finally understand. You're crazy. That should be his response. Well, okay. There's a lot of things I don't understand, but all of what you just told me makes sense. You did all of this so that Fi and I could jump through 4-dimensional space with our memories intact, right?
Yes.
Of course, the next jump is going to be a lot further. It's going to be all the way back for potentially 100 years. But why did you need us to do that? People have died for this. I mean, let's count how many different ways people have died. Murder, antimatter explosion, suicide. I've died, so has Fi, so have you. And they're showing all the deaths. They really make a lot of all those animations of deaths too. They show it off at the very beginning in the trailer and make it seem like they're just giving you a tease of what is in the game, when in reality they are basically spoiling all of the content that they had, almost all of the visual content that they had made. So why would you do all this? What does it matter if Fi and I jump through time?
Haven't I told you?
No, you haven't.
Death was unavoidable. You were all destined to die. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
I already know all that. What I'm asking you is why. What is so goddamn important that it's worth all of this?
I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually.
She's not even gonna tell you. This is ridiculous.
What? Just when is eventually?
In a future not very far from now.
BS. That's not good enough. Why can't you tell us now? Instead of answering, Akane knelt down next to Dio and picked up the knife off the floor.
I'm going to keep this with me.
Don't change the subject.
But it's almost time.
What are you talking about? We've got plenty of time.
No. In a few moments, you'll return to the original timeline.
What?
This is the way it has to be.
So, since they've changed things, they can't live in this timeline? They're just going to get pulled back?
Don't fight it. Logomorph.
Logomorph. It's the real name,
Logomorph?
apparently, of Junior, Zero Junior.
You call him Zero Jr. His official designation is Logomorph. Logomorph, this is an order. Unlock my bracelet.
Compliance.
Compliance.
Now, everything is in place. I have put the bracelet onto Dio. All we have to do is place his body in the 5th AB room, the second one from the right.
That's the one Quark is in, right?
Correct. I will move him. I will also put
The old
your
lady's gonna
bodies
move
back
him?
into the 3rd AB room. Once that's done, I will reset its puzzle to an unsolved state.
Why do you need to do all
To
that?
recreate the history that you remember. Your consciousness is about to leave your body and return to the future.
How does she know that? Like there seems to be very actual little science in this case. She seems to just know things that she shouldn't really know, and yet not know the more important things
Your body will be emptied.
if she has to go through all
Your
this junk.
consciousness will jump back in. If your bodies aren't back in the 3rd AB room by then, it would be
bad. Is the only answer. Is why you can't change reality more than what you have.
So you're saying some version of us is going to wake up in that room and repeat the same history again? Well, I guess this could actually be our second or third time.
You are exactly correct. Lastly, I'm going to leave this with you.
She paused and pulled out something out of her pocket. There's a small key attached to a string.
I'll tie it onto your ankle so that you won't lose it. All right, Sigma?
So apparently I've had this key tied on my ankle through every single timeline the whole time and never noticed it. What's it say on there?
Tu fui ego eris.
Tu fui ego eris.
It's Latin. It means, what you are, I was. What I am, you will be.
Yes.
What am I supposed to do with it?
It will help you meet someone who's very important.
What?
Go. Return to the future.
So it almost seems like Akane is not putting herself in the graveyard as much as we're gonna find
You
Zero
won't be
Senior.
alone. I will be at your side, watching over you.
So has Akane been just watching the whole puzzles this whole time,
Now hurry.
just hiding from people? Wait, I still. Why are we getting flashbacks at this point? Feels like these flashbacks should be going the other way too, in reverse. A new destination has once again been opened on the flowchart. Alright, well, might as well just keep on playing. So now we can jump back. I still think I would have really liked a concept where some of these timelines just disappeared and the branching paths started collapsing and they just said, you don't ever need to do this timeline again. Or you found the bit of information that you would have gotten from this dead end and this dead end, so you don't need to do that. It would have been almost a relief to a Western player to see a flow as big as it was originally shown, which was about to this point, and then be told, actually, you don't have to play all of that because there's not any bit of information that's really important there. Let's go ahead. AB ground game round 3 ally. I guess that's what we're doing here. And there's no branching path there at all.
Oh, looks like you're awake.
Like, they're not even going to give you a choice. You're going to just ally. Is this the infirmary?
Why are we here?
Do you know what happened at the AB gate?
Kay and I went back to the infirmary, but
We waited and waited, and the two of you never returned.
so we went to the warehouse to check on you.
We found you passed out in front of the AB rooms.
Kay and I hurried back here with you.
See, nobody's died, so nobody's really afraid. It doesn't actually look like Dio is handcuffed to the sink anymore. But they probably just didn't animate him. I looked over at Fi and met her eyes. Do you remember what happened just now?
You mean what happened a long time ago?
Yeah. You got him pretty good, huh?
Yeah, I remember all right.
So he is still chained to the sink.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Quark is back and he's got his dumb helmet.
What am I? Chopped liver?
And wow, that was actually a very interestingly animated transition there where we spun around. I don't think we used that at other parts of the game. That's kind of a shame. They probably should have used the spin around animation a lot more. And yeah, we're back to Alice again. And I'll just go boy that outfit and move forward. Alice.
Back among the conscious and not psychotic, huh?
Yeah, thanks.
Grandpa told me what you did.
I feel like I probably would have liked Alice as a character more if I wasn't constantly distracted when looking at her. Like, it's probably a sexist thing to say, but at a certain point, when you dress for attention, you're going to get attention. When you dress for sexual attention, which I from a Western perspective, that's what this outfit screams to me. You get that type of attention, but you don't generally, and this might be more on the fault of the viewer than the person wearing the outfit. You generally don't get the attention of a person who's trying to listen to your thoughts and ideas and respect you generally as a human being, which is fine. I don't think anything wrong with going out on the prowl, as it were, and trying to attract a mate and dressing sexily because of that. But when you're not in a scenario where you're going out to a club or going out to attract a mate somewhere, to a bar, then this kind of outfit just is such a distraction and so inappropriate that's all I can think about. And maybe that says more about me than it really should, but it is the case. And in all fairness, I would also say, if you have like a massive boob job and you're rocking triple G boobs, like the biggest unnatural things possible, it becomes really hard to not just focus on that and stare at that and give side glances. And that is often unfair, because some people are just naturally large breasted people, and that becomes a distraction, certainly. It's also probably I was saying that if there was a guy and he was rocking a huge massive dong and it was showing through his clothes, or if he was wearing a bikini style outfit that accentuated that, I would be extremely distracted there too, and I'd be glancing in that general direction. Anyways, that's once again a point of showing that I'm not really paying attention to the story, and this is like the important part of the story. Grandpa told me what you did. No problem, all in the day's work. Although, I wouldn't mind a little swimsuit action. Oh my god. Bringing that back up is ridiculous.
Really grabbing at straws here, aren't you?
What's really ridiculous is he just said that in the presence of Cork, which I assume he was directing that to Alice or Phi, not Cork. Otherwise, you're opening the door to a joke image here where you see Cork in a swimsuit, and I don't think we want to go that direction. Hey, I wasn't talking to Cork. That was an offer for Alice.
Not really my point.
Whatever. Forget about that. Now that you guys are awake, all we gotta do is open the number 9 door.
Huh?
What are you talking about?
So did they just skip us and vote for us?
Look at your bracelet.
It says 10. I have 10 BP.
I've got 15 BP.
15.
That means I got 6 more points while I was out.
But how?
You've been asleep for more than 2 hours.
It would have taken 2 hours and 25 minutes. Like 45 minutes plus 45 minutes is 90 minutes, which is then an hour and a half, and then another hour of 45 minutes on top of that would be 2 hours and 15 minutes. So maybe I was off by 10 minutes, but I guess maybe they're just generally saying more than 2 hours.
We've played the AB game 3 times.
3 times?
Of course, the color and group assignments were shuffled around each time. But no matter who voted, everyone chose Ally.
So you don't even have to go through that. Thank goodness. So now they're going to show us a chart that's kind of pointless of just how it went. So the third round, everybody allied and got 2 points. Fourth round, everybody allied and got 2 points. Now, see, what they're doing here specifically, though, is hiding something that I think potentially could have been a scenario, in that depending on how things were balanced, it would have been possible that whoever Alice and Luna's opponent was, if they had 12 points, you could have betrayed them at that point and gotten over 9 on the 4th round. And Sigma potentially would have just had to ally on the 4th round also. So yeah, if Tin Myoji was against Phi, betraying would have been the right move, but you would have had to have balanced it out fairly obviously too, because it would have had to have been no, that wouldn't work, because even if Phi and K were in the same group together as a pair and they got betrayed by somebody, they would still be at 9 and somebody else would get to 9, but then there would still be 2 people that, if they had betrayed, they would have betrayed somebody to bring back their total down. So the absolute minimum number of rounds here would have been 5 rounds. And it certainly wouldn't have, it would have caused some bad blood, and we've seen that in timeline after timeline, where the second somebody betrays, that it breaks the trust completely.
And now all of us have enough to leave.
But see, this isn't even really the goal at this point. It's not the goal just to escape. It's the goal to release and free. Akane was stunned. How had everyone cooperated long enough to raise all of our BP past 9 points? In a weird way, this makes the argument that it was Phi and Sigma that were the bad apples of the bunch. Was it because Akane hadn't been killed? Without a death to start things off, maybe we'd been less suspicious of one another. Or could the bombs have something to do with it? We'd all joined forces against Dio and Phi, and I had been able to disarm all of them. All of us had banded together against the common enemy and overcome a tremendous threat. Perhaps that had strengthened our bond. Which I had to admit would be somewhat ironic. After all, Dio had planted the bombs that forced us all to work together against him. This must have been what Akane was talking about.
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
It feels like if they're planning to hand-pick competitors in the AB games and they wanted everybody to cooperate, why not just pick more cooperative peoples? I guess that wasn't really the goal. The goal was to have uncooperative people in the first place, so they handpicked them actually so they would cooperate, so then more people would die. But obviously they also handpicked people that would eventually cooperate, because if you had gotten like a bunch of just completely crazy people in the group that would never not betray, then that would have been a big issue. If they had all been Dios, then there would have been no timeline that I could imagine where the story ended well.
Let's open the door and get out of here.
Wait. What about him? After some discussion, we decided to leave Dio behind. Alice was the only holdup. She complained about wanting to take him back to her superiors, but after I mentioned that they'd come back to investigate after we escaped and deal with Dio then, she reluctantly complied.
All right. Let's get going.
How in the world you wouldn't have noticed something tied around your leg is a really crazy part about that. So, almost feels like it's going to give us yet another bad ending when we walk out and all escape. Everybody ready? I'm going to open it.
Yes, just get on with it.
Everyone else swallowed and nodded. I grabbed the lever and pulled it down. Well, you opened the door, so... This is kind of ridiculous that we're going to end up getting a bad ending here as part of the main story. It's so late into the game. They should just give you a happy ending and move on with their lives.
It will remain open for 9 seconds.
All right, everybody, let's move. Apparently in this timeline also, they never got the thing to take the suit of armor off of Kay, and Kay seems to not really care. I didn't need to tell them twice. The room inside was clearly a loading elevator. It looked sort of like a large plate on top of a huge pedestal. We ran to the center of the plate and turned around. The number 9 door stood wide open.
2, 1, 0.
You only get to see this once or twice in the whole game.
Is closing.
So it'd be funny if the elevator goes down instead of up and just puts them in warehouse B.
The number 9 door has closed. This ends the Nonary Game.
So the bracelets don't seem to fall off
For your
ever.
participation. As the game is over, all doors other than the number 9 door have been unlocked.
It's funny you got the spinning animation and the elevator lifting. That again is a waste of budget since you only see it twice in the game. Although it is probably fair to say that a 3D modeler animator animating a elevator going up probably is doing less work by far than animating a character emoting in some way, moving their hands and taking a different pose. They pretty much abandoned all the poses.
Looks like we did it.
Yes. We should keep moving.
Now, does Luna shut down when she leaves the facility? I think she does. Beyond the door was a wide hallway that ended in a very solid wall. To the left, we found a very familiar looking door. We pushed it open and went in. And here you have the pressure room that looks exactly like the other pressure room, which, why there were 2 of these, there's no good explanation other than they ran out of budget and should have made a different looking room. Pressure exchange
You know
chamber.
what this place is?
Yeah, sort of. This whole facility is pressurized apparently. I think the idea is to keep the air outside and consequently the virus from getting inside. That means if we want to go out, we have to decompress so we match the outside pressure. It'd be funny if people started forgetting all the events that happened in the story and their consciousness are like snapping back to a pre-kidnap state. This room here is where you prepare for going into the actual pressure exchange room. You see all those seats along the wall? I figure we need to put those on and head to the decompression room downstairs.
Whoa! Hold on a minute.
Of course, the real question, I suppose, here is, will they listen?
You're saying the air outside is full of that horrible virus?
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Of course, according to Akane, we were all already infected with Radical 6, so the whole room seemed a little pointless.
Why?
Yeah, I feel like in this timeline there definitely were bits of information that most of the characters would not have had.
How did all this happen?
Did they?
No. That's not possible.
We've come this far. We can't turn back now.
I guess there is a question about whether he needs a pressure suit also.
Let's go outside. There's no way to know what's really going on until we do.
All right.
Like, there's kind of no point in staying in the facility. You're now trapped in a smaller section of the facility, one assumes. No one else objected. We all donned the protective suits and headed downstairs to the decompression room. And kind of clearly, they put the suits as an idea so that they wouldn't have to animate characters outside, although that doesn't really make a lot of sense. As soon as we were all inside, the process began. Through my helmet, I could hear the soft hiss of the air being sucked out of the room. We stood there for several minutes, waiting for the process to finish. And then they all died because it sucked all the oxygen out and trapped them in that room forever. At last it did, and we heard the door begin to open. And apparently you don't have to put in any puzzles or codes to open the doors. No, nothing to solve. Beyond it was another decompression chamber. We repeated the process 2 more times before we reached the final door and opened it. And we're on Mars, potentially. Or we're in the Nevada desert, we're not sure. The dead, bleak landscape wasn't a surprise for me. I'd seen it before in another timeline. See, yeah, is there really a reason why you need a pressure suit if this is Earth with an oxygen atmosphere still? The others, however, hadn't, however, and although I couldn't see their faces through the visors of their helmets, I heard more than a few gasps over the radio. Yeah. I don't know why they thought this specific scene would have not needed to be animated, or would have needed to be animated differently, that they would have used suits to hide that fact. Other than maybe they painted themselves in the corner that they were just so obsessed with having Clover and Alice in scantily clad clothing that they opened up the possibility there that they didn't want Alice wandering around the Nevada desert to potentially die of exposure. But that, I don't think that really makes that much sense. For a few long moments, we just stood there astonished. Not a lot of voice acting going on right now.
Where the hell are we?
And then I guess maybe they wanted to play with a more linear, what would that be, interlaced looking image.
Desert, I guess?
I figured that out. I mean, which one?
I don't know, but I think I know what day it is. Look at the moon. It's red, right? That means today's the total lunar eclipse.
Yeah, and we still have yet to been told if the lunar eclipse has anything to do with anything, and or if it somehow is helping you jump back in time. I don't know why specifically it would help you jump back in time, because like an eclipse is only an eclipse from the perspective of someone on a planet Earth. Like, it's not an eclipse otherwise. It's not like you're lining up thousands upon thousands of galaxies in a line, creating some giant black hole or gravitational pull or something. Even at that, I don't know if you lined up the entirety of the universe in one linear line, whether that would actually do anything. And I imagine that's an experiment no one could ever test. So it's pseudoscience, really, at best, or it's just magic at worst.
So,
Remember the astronomy magazine in the lounge?
It's ridiculous to bring this back up at this point.
Well, the next eclipse like this was going to be on December 31st, 2028. So,
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight.
So are they making the argument that they're not hundreds of years in the future, but they actually are just a few days from the point they were kidnapped, and that because they were infected with Radical 6, they thought it was a lot longer? That doesn't really make sense because Radical 6 still exists.
are you suggesting we were sleeping for a week after we were abducted?
I think so.
No. It's got to be 100 years plus. Wherever we must have been, far away from any city, the air was clearer than I'd ever seen it. And the stars, the sky was full of them. More stars than I'd ever seen in my life. I could even spot the hazy arm of the Milky Way. But the most striking feature was the moon. It was blood red and massive, much bigger in fact than I remember it being. Then as I watched, a black spot began to move across its surface. It's hard to see details, but it looked circular. The spot continued to move across the moon, heading for the right edge. What's that? See, what would be really funny is if this turned out that that's not Earth. That's not the moon, but Earth.
The moon.
The moon.
The moon's shadow, actually.
What do you mean? How is the moon's shadow on the moon? Because we're on the moon. But weren't we supposed to be on Mars? The moon's shadow? I frowned. That didn't make any sense.
Zero told me to stay quiet. I think he was worried I'd spill the beans on his operation. He said if I didn't toe the line, he wouldn't just kill me. He'd kill Quark too. And I agreed, like an idiot, and brought Quark with me.
So, are the bracelets going to fall off? Or did they already fall off?
Just so I could see her. Such an idiot.
Now, in this timeline, Tenmyoji still hasn't actually seen Akane, just the hologram.
So, that being the case, might as well start with this. I meant what I said before. That up there is the moon's shadow.
What the hell are you saying?
About it. If that's the moon's shadow, then what's it falling on?
That's Earth.
Yeah. It's not the red moon you get from a lunar eclipse. And again, this isn't a lunar eclipse. It's a solar eclipse. Anybody in the black spot down there is looking up at the moon covering the sun.
What? No way. So, if we are on the moon and this is a solar eclipse where the moon is blocking the sun, then the sun has to be directly behind us, which would almost certainly mean that we were on the dark side of the moon at the moment and should be frozen to death instantly, one assumes. If that's on Earth, then where the hell are we?
The moon, of course. This is the lunar surface.
And how did they not recognize that gravity was completely wrong? Or that the surface of the moon's sand is way softer than even the sand of a desert? I could excuse that second one, but the lack of gravity?
We were just inside a moon base.
Well, I guess maybe the moon base creates gravity around everybody so it feels like Earth, or maybe the suits are creating gravity.
No way.
But honestly, if the gravity issue is addressed, then the oxygen issue could be addressed. They could say this is just a future, and we've just put oxygen in an atmosphere around the moon, and you can walk on the moon, and it feels like Earth, and you can breathe like Earth.
No, you've got to be lying. How do you expect us to believe that?
So, how did Dio get to this facility? Like, he must have done it in the rocket ship, and he apparently never mentioned that. And he must have planned that he was never actually going to make it back to Earth. And that's why he was sending a signal.
This can't be the moon.
Yeah. That's pretty ridiculous. Besides, if
This
it's
whole
just the
game's
moon, how do you
ridiculous.
explain the gravity? The moon only has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. So what's this?
She picked up a rock and dropped it.
See? That looked perfectly.
Yes, it looked that way.
Luna.
You were right about the gravity in a way. I was one of the people who knew this wasn't Earth. Well, I suppose I'm not people, if we're being honest, but
Excuse me? What?
So, it looks like gravity is moving moving regularly because we have all been infected with Radical 6 and we've been experiencing everything at 1/6 the speed.
Please just listen. Alice, you were infected with Radical 6. Then we gave you the Excelivir, which cured you. The Radical 6 isn't completely gone, though. Some of its symptoms stick around for a while.
What symptoms?
Well, Radical 6 can slow down your brain's processing speed by the root of 1/6. It can take a while for your brain to get back up to speed. Every one of us has been infected. In other words, all of our brains have been processing information at a much lower speed. If you evaluated the root of 1/6, you'll get a number close to 0.408. That means our brains are running at something slightly less than half speed. As you said before, the moon's gravity is about 1/6 that of Earth's. The time that it takes for an object to fall is inversely proportional to the square root of the gravitational acceleration.
This is too much explanation.
Since the gravity is lower on the moon, that means the time increases. I guess that's a little technical. Let me give you an example. Say you drop an apple from a height of 4.
Why do we have another custom image here? A flat 2D custom image. Although in all fairness, this isn't something that looks like they spent too much time on.
It will take approximately 1 second to hit the ground. On the moon, however, that time would be 1 second times root 6, which would be approximately 2.45 seconds. I used 4.9 meters because it matches up with the acceleration of gravity nicely, but it could be anything. The gravity constant is, well, a constant. You could drop something from 10 centimeters or 10 meters and it would be the same. Does that make sense? So
No,
now
not really.
on the moon,
And not necessary to
6 times
throw.
slower than they do on Earth.
Yeah, they've painted themselves in the corner and now they have to explain it. So why put them on the moon in the first place? Well, almost. It's almost they painted themselves in the corner with the everything is slower concept, so they had to put them on the moon with less gravity so people didn't notice. But then I feel like there were other things that you would definitely have to do to hide the fact that everything was moving slower besides just gravity.
That being the case, what would happen if someone's brain slowed down?
It's
by
like sound
1/6?
might be slower too.
To them, 2.45 seconds would feel like 1 second. 4.9 seconds would feel like 2. But it's not hypothetical. That's what's been happening to every one of us.
She keeps saying us, but clearly it's not the case for her. She's just been slowed down as a robot.
You're saying that's the reason we didn't notice the weaker gravity? Are you sure you didn't notice anything? Think back.
If there are actual hints in the story that I've missed, I'm going to be irritated.
You and Sigmund Phi said something about it in the lounge. About how you felt weird.
Oh, yeah, they did mention that.
It's kind of like my body isn't really mine. I'm sort of floating. Like that.
It seems insane, but what Luna said made sense. In fact, it explained Phi's apparent superhuman strength quite well. So she could jump so high, not because she has cybernetic legs or because she's a robot, but just because she's on the moon, which once again just feels like they painted themselves in a corner trying to hint that she was a robot and needed to find a solution. Why did nobody else be able to jump? Or try to jump, though? It also means that when she came down and hit him, she didn't hit him as hard as she may have thought.
Wait. This is crazy. That can't possibly be Earth out there. Look at it. I've seen photos of Earth and it's blue and green and beautiful. That thing is just red.
Before we get into that, I should probably tell you something. This isn't New
No duh.
Today is January 27th.
In 29?
No.
Don't tell me. 30?
Still no.
They're trying to say a year later in 2 years.
Just what year is this?
It's 74. 2074.
Which that should put Tenmyoji in line to kind of still be alive without him being a clone and just being very old. But it also then makes it questionable in this timeline how Tenmyoji said he knew about Ice Nine and Alice before, if he's not saying that he is Junpei. And I guess they didn't really believe him, or he didn't mention the part that he would be Junpei, because that's ridiculous. Got a lot of reaction shots over and over again. No, that's insane. That would mean we were abducted more than 45 years ago.
I don't blame you if you don't believe me. But it's the truth.
How can you be sure?
It's not that hard. Quark and I left Earth on January 23rd, 2074. Solar eclipses are easy to predict. We've known that there'd be one on the 27th for a long time. That's just science. Nobody can change that.
But why is the Earth red?
That's a long story. About 45 years ago, on April 13th, 2029, there were 18 annihilation reactors operating in various parts of the world.
Okay.
On the 13th, all 18 of them went up, all at the same time.
All of the annihilation reactors, which are definitely a red herring, now play into the story.
The explosion was about 180,000 times as powerful as the atom bomb they dropped on Hiroshima.
So is this the Free the Soul movement's plan? What? Why?
Suppose it started a few months before that. The government had a test site for a future Mars mission out in the middle of Nevada.
Yeah, how's that going to play into the story? This is just getting deeper and deeper down the well.
On December 31st, 2028, there was an accident. Well, accident doesn't quite convey the right sense of the thing. The point is, Radical 6 claimed its first victims there. Then
So
escaped.
we do know Patient Zero.
Didn't take long for it to spread to the rest of the world.
I guess maybe Radical 6 was a Martian virus, or maybe it was something they were engineering and let loose.
Like Luna explained, the virus slows your brain down. But eventually, it also makes you kill yourself. Pretty soon, the bodies started to pile up.
Here we have another custom image. This custom image in particular could have been used in a lot of different places.
Some people would take a dive off a building or shoot themselves in the head. You know, the classics. But for some, it was poison, or fire, or asphyxiation, or the noose. Plenty of people jumped in front of trains or cars. One pilot on a passenger airline drove his plane into the ground. Most forms of transportation ground to a halt pretty fast. That meant food couldn't get distributed, and thousands of people who weren't even infected died from starvation. Everywhere you went, there were just piles of corpses, covered in flies and rats and crows.
Lots of backstory here. We're going to hit another wall of text
Imagine it's a lot like
if
that.
we're not lucky. Interesting that it was red and they didn't use the red image, but for a second.
They got a hold of some radios and organized a couple meetings. There was only one thing to discuss, of course. How could they get rid of Radical 6? The answer, they decided, was purification. They figured they could just roast the surface of the Earth and that'd kill the virus off for good. On April 13th, 2029, they put their plan into effect.
You'd be killing so much other life forms roasting the surface of the planet. You would not be able to survive. You can't just build an ark and repopulate every single microorganism and every virus and every single cell organism on the planet.
That plan was to detonate all 18 annihilation reactors. Now the truth is, that's mostly just rumor. Nobody really knows what happened, but I've got my own theories. I think that the bombers had already I bet you money they'd all lost it long before they got to the reactors. Killing most of the world, no matter how bad things had gotten, was not a sane plan.
Certainly true there.
Directly responsible. Radical 6 killed most of the people on Earth.
This does explain Tenmoji's motivation a lot better.
Anyway, why it happened isn't that important. Point is, it happened. You ever heard of nuclear winter? Well, that's basically what we got. The explosion threw a ton of crap up into the stratosphere, where it joined up with smoke and ash from all the fires. It blotted out the sun for 7 years. Plants withered and animals died by the millions. The few humans who were left banded together to survive. They were rough times. Eventually, they were over, though. The sky cleared and the sun came back.
It's a bit of an assumption that Tenmoji would have survived at all, but of course the story wanted him to survive, so he did.
Plants started blooming again, and the animals that hadn't died out completely began to reappear. Things weren't quite back to normal, though. It's been 45 years now, but there's still quite a bit of dust and ash in the air. That's what you're seeing. You know why a sunset's red? Well, this is the same thing. Blue and green light have short wavelengths, and they scatter when they run into debris in the air. Red light, on the other hand, has a longer wavelength, which means it'll get a lot farther when the air's dirty. So there you are. The Earth looks red because that's the only color of light that can make it through the atmosphere.
Dot 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 dot. That should have been about half as long. I was speechless. What could I possibly say? There was no reason for Tenmoji to lie to us. So we were standing on the moon, looking at the Earth, infected with Radical 6, and it was 2074. The fact that I guessed so much of this is also kind of a problem. Like, I know I've seen a lot of sci-fi stories, and so I know where a lot of these stories usually are going, but there really hasn't been too many shocks at all, other than the biggest shock so far has been the fact that they're on the moon and that they hinted that they were on the moon, and I missed that. And I'm a little peeved that I missed the fact that the bomb deactivation codes would turn into words, but not really, because that's just not something I was even trying to guess. But why? Why were we there? Why were we then? I was so lost in thought I barely noticed Fi's approach.
Hey, Sigma. I think I figured something out.
What'd you figure out? Window popped up on the inside of my helmet with Whisper in the corner. She seemed to be using a circuit only we could hear. Yeah? What is it?
I figured out why there's an extra E.
Why there's an extra E in the Remember Death? An extra E. Oh, you mean the graffiti?
Yeah, the one on floor B.
Finally, they're going to explain this? I hope they do. Like, they've pretended like they were going to explain it multiple times and not really explained it to my satisfaction.
I think it's an anagram, just like on floor A.
Well, I called it was an anagram, but I said even then I was not going to be able to move it around and figure out what it means. I could have typed it into an anagram website, which would have given me multiple options, I'm sure, but also typing it into a website would have potentially just brought up a walkthrough to explain the anagram. Might have. What's Anna say this time?
God damn it, Sigma. Knock it off.
It's like every joke just completely inappropriately timed.
Memento mori if the ninth lion ate the sun. If you rearrange the letters, you get the man on the moon rules the infinite time.
Yeah, would have never gotten that. I would have never, ever gotten that.
See,
This is a nice animation.
6 E's to get that. So they stuck an extra one in ninth.
The man on the moon rules the infinite time.
It's a message for us from Zero Senior and Akane. Remember what she was telling us?
We created
See, we have to have flashbacks to something that happened just an hour ago because so much dialogue and so much revelation has happened.
Transport the consciousnesses of two people into the past.
But they want us to go
Are using
far, far in the past. This almost makes the argument, though, that you're creating a catch-22 where you either have to gas yourself and kidnap yourself and put yourself into stasis for nearly 75 years, or somebody in an original timeline gassed and kidnapped Sigma and Phi and put them in stasis, and then they just found those people, and the AB project would have just failed miserably because there would have been nobody that would have still been alive that you could have gone back into your consciousness. Like, if I guess you could have potentially done that with Tin Miyoji, or Clover and Alice. Again, how these people are still alive doesn't make a lot of sense if you didn't kidnap them originally with this plan, and you would have only had this crazy AB game or AB project plan if you knew it had already worked. So, what are you getting at?
My God, you're slow. You don't get it? They're saying we rule the infinite time. Infinite time. They weren't just talking about having us jump a couple hours. I think they're planning to send us back. Way back.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you think they're going to send us back 45 years?
I'd bet on it.
So the ultimate purpose of the AB project is to send us back in time to that catastrophe Tenmoji was talking about.
So,
That doesn't make sense, though. I mean, we came from that same time period before it, actually. So why bring us here and then send us back? That is a good question. How did you kidnap these people and yet not have the same amount of effect on reality where you could have just stopped the Radical 6 from spreading?
Akane should be able to tell us the rest. Let's go pay her a visit.
Do you know where she is?
I've got an idea. Come on, think. Remember what she said when she gave you the key?
Tu fui ego eris.
The grave. The one in the garden.
Well, come on. What
Which
do you
I don't know if in this timeline we even saw the garden. We did the Q room. And then we did the control room. So yeah, you wouldn't have even seen the garden in this timeline.
Let's go.
So they're just going to go back into the pressure room. We turned and ran back to the pressure exchange chamber, and the others followed close behind us. How are they going to get back in the facility?
What are you doing? Did you forget something?
We're going to go have a talk with somebody.
Who?
You really need me to spell it out? The person behind all of this.
Akane.
What?
Take that as a yes. Let me accompany you then.
Wait. Why do you know about Akane?
I'll tell you when we get there. Now, if you please. I'm coming with you. You folks just said the magic word.
I'm going to then. So am I.
Like, there's no purpose, it seems, to be on the surface of the moon. Because unless there was a rocket ship just over the next dune, there's no way for them to get back to Earth easily. I guess there must have been a rocket ship somewhere. Unless Tenmyoji was dropped off and then the rocket ship went back to Earth or somewhere else.
Hey, is this Akane you're talking about?
Yeah, you know her real well.
Wait, you're not, you're serious? What the hell is going on?
That's just kind of this whole story in a nutshell. Is what the heck is going on? Arg, shut up. Just shut up. Come if you want to. We don't need to do roll call. Once we get there, Akane can explain everything. With that, we headed back through the airlock. Even if they get back through the number 9 door, like, then are they just trapped back in the facility at that point? Like, how do you get back in the facility? Apparently you just magically can. Apparently you can just, as soon as the elevator goes back down, you can go in.
Ah, clever. The number 9 door on floor A is shut forever once the game ends. Assuming Zero Jr. was telling the truth, of course. But the door on floor B...
Yeah. Thought we might be able to take the lift to it. And it looks like I was right.
Any idea where Akane might be?
Which, that pretty much means that had anybody escaped and figured out about the door on floor B, they could have come back and saved everybody immediately. Yeah, the grave.
You mean the grave in the garden?
Yeah, don't worry. I don't think she's buried there or anything. Chances are she's alive, just in the grave. Anyway, let's move to the garden. They overuse the garden a lot in this game. You definitely should have put the grave somewhere else, like the archives, where that very, very rarely gets used. And you could have easily had a scenic scene other than the garden to have some conversations, because there was 2 or 3 times you had conversations with Luna in the garden, where you could have had those conversations in the Golem Bay, and then that could have been a hint that she feels more comfortable
Is
in
Akane
the
really
Golem
under
Bay
here?
than she does at a human garden. I think so. Now, when you turn the key, is it going to just lift a sleeping pod out of the ground, or is a sleeping pod going to just appear somewhere out of the wall?
What should we do? Are we gonna dig her out?
That they should have tried to dig her out like earlier, frankly. You just dig whatever was there out. No, I don't think we'll have to do anything like that. You see that keyhole on the grave? If I just see, once again, flat 2D image, because they could not get the detail and make it look good as a 3D image. So, flat 2D image of his foot. The key. I pulled the key off my ankle and fitted it into the hole. It's not like a sci-fi key either, so that would have been probably a very easy lock to pick. And as much as they tried to force doors throughout the entirety of the story, it's kind of ridiculous that they didn't try to pick a lock here and there. I twisted to the right until I heard something unlock. With a quiet grinding, the grave began to shift. Treatment pod 00.
It doesn't look like a coffin.
And apparently it's open by looking at the handle instead of being locked.
Yeah. It's a treatment pod. Oh my god.
It is, isn't it?
So if they had 4 pods, that means 4 people could have been frozen. The glass on the cover frosted over, making it opaque. We couldn't see who or what was in it.
Let's see what's inside.
Now, if this turns out to be Sigma, or the original Sigma, like, okay, instead of Akane, but yeah, it's locked. She grabbed a hold of the lever on the side of the pod.
No good. I think it's locked.
What?
Treatment pod TP00. Stage 1 defrosting complete. Stage 2 will be complete in 10 minutes.
Ridiculous to make you wait 10 minutes.
Once stage 2 is complete, the lock will automatically disengage.
Did we really need to pay the announcer voice actor to say these lines? Did we really need this 10-minute wait? Right, cold sleep. These pods can put people into a cold sleep. It uses something called CAS to freeze human bodies without destroying their cells.
Ms. Akane's like an ice cube?
I think so.
We gotta wait till she melts?
Yeah.
So how about you tell us your story while we wait, Kay?
And are we ever going to take off the suit?
Specifically, why do you know Akane?
I remembered.
What do you remember?
I don't want to hear his whole backstory again. That's ridiculous.
Everything. I was born and raised in this facility. It's called Rhizome 9.
No new jargon needed at this
A
point.
rhizome is an underground plant stem that spreads by sending out roots.
No, I hate the idea also that there might be 8 other facilities like this with 8 other games that they want to make.
Kind of makes sense, doesn't it? This facility is a little like a rhizome. Supposedly, that's why they call these installations that. The number comes from the facility's number. There are 54 rhizomes on the moon. and this
Wow,
is the ninth.
54.
Well, I suppose the other ones don't really matter to you, do they? In any event, I grew up here with Akane and Zero Senior. I watched them create the AB project.
The AB project?
Yes. Its purpose is to send Phi and Sigma, or their consciousnesses at least, to the past.
Back 45 years, right?
So you want us to change history, huh?
I'd like an explanation as to why he couldn't remember, really. Is that an effect of the AB project, or is it an effect of Soparil, or did they intentionally make him have amnesia?
Go back and keep Radical 6 from getting out, and stop the reactors from exploding. That's our mission?
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean?
It's true that the ultimate goal of the project is to keep Radical 6 from spreading to the general population. But even if you do make it back, you won't be able to do much. By now, it's already too late.
Too late?
What do you
Let
mean?
me begin at the beginning.
Okay.
You might be thinking that Zero Senior and Akane were the ones who created all this, but that's not entirely correct. They only followed the histories they'd already seen. It was the only choice they had. Nothing less than the future of mankind is at stake.
Yeah, once again, they're saying we had to make this ridiculous AB game, Nonary game, because it was the only option, without probably explaining why it was the only option.
We need the two of you to jump through timelines while maintaining your memories. That is why you had to play the AB game, and why the chromatic doors were necessary.
At a certain point, it also comes down to why were so many people plants? I get the idea of Luna being a plant, as it were, and observing and pretending like she didn't know anything. But then why have Kay be involved and be a plant also? And why have Tenmyoji be a plant? And then by that fact, why have Quark be a plant effectively also? Why have Dio effectively be manipulated to act as a plant? Seems like almost everybody, with the exception of Clover and Alice and Sigma and Phi, were not really working towards the goal of the AB project. They were instead just observing it and acting as actors more than individuals who might affect the outcome.
By forcing multiple options, you could make numerous jumps. We speculated that jumping more would strengthen your memories. The puzzles were also there for a purpose. Some theories hold that a moment of insight when you solve a puzzle strengthens your connection to the fourth dimension. That was the reason for the puzzles.
Yeah, they have to justify the puzzles, which is ridiculous. It's a video game. Having puzzles isn't that strange.
Your
It would have been
infection
easier
virus
just to
was
say
also
that
a vital part of
Zero
our plan.
Senior was crazy and loved puzzles.
By slowing down your brain's processing speed, we can store your potential. With that energy stored up, we just had to provide a life or death situation to launch your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Like a bullet from a slingshot.
Wait, hold on just a minute here. You keep talking about Sigma and Phi, but what about the rest of us?
Good
Why
question.
did you bring us here?
That's simple. In earlier histories, you were all here in Rhizome 9.
So they brought them just because in earlier histories they were there.
We needed you here to accurately replicate those histories.
How was Alice and Clover here? Tin, Myoji, and Quark, it makes sense that they would be on the moon. But Alice and Clover?
Although I suppose that's probably not a good enough explanation for you. In a sense, though, it is the truth. Our primary goal was to replicate history. The rest is... Yes, I suppose I should explain. Very well. I will try and do so in a way you can understand.
I'm literally not doing anything but pressing the A button on my controller while going through the story. That's all I've been doing for the vast majority of the game, and it's wearing out my thumb. I'm pressing it so much.
Alice and Clover.
Yeah, explain their presence.
They were abducted 45 years and 1 month ago, on December 22nd, 2028.
I don't know why they would be smiling at this point. Honestly, throughout the course of this entire game, everybody should not be smiling, or very rarely smile. Everybody should be frowning and upset and just unhappy with the situation. And honestly, if this was a movie or TV show, you'd have characters do costume changes just as a way of like making things visually different. It would have made a lot of sense if Alice and Clover decided to change their outfits and put on some like jumpsuit or some other outfits they found in some puzzle room.
The location is Earth.
That would also help like explain at what point in the timeline each character is at,
More specifically, Los Angeles,
and that they've
California.
made some moves in the storyline and evolved as characters or evolved in their timelines. So they were kidnapped in LA.
Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
After being kidnapped, your bodies were sent to a
They're
facility under
LA.
Congress direction.
Them being in LA doesn't really explain the outfit much.
You were placed in treatment pods and immediately put into cold sleep. 4 months later, you arrived at this facility. The date you finally arrived was April 14th, 2029. Your trip from Earth to this facility was aboard a spaceship powered by an annihilation engine. Following your arrival,
Yeah, we didn't need that
placed in
backstory.
long-term storage. Does that make sense?
Are you telling me we were sleeping in those pods here for 45 years?
I mean, you pretty much have to assume that's the case. Also, take note, they're still wearing the bracelets. They never came off.
Yes.
Like, I would have been really, really peeved if I had left this facility and the bracelet had not come off.
In preparation for this day,
But why? What do you need us for?
you are an Esper, aren't you, Clover?
Yes, but her brother would have been dead long ago, almost certainly.
I mean that you are able to access the fourth dimension. Am I wrong?
Did Akane tell you?
In a manner of speaking. As I've already explained, the purpose of this project is to send Sigma and Phi's consciousnesses to the past.
So, either Sigma and Phi's Esper abilities are stronger than Clover's, or she just can't contact her brother because her brother's dead. Maybe she brought Clover to then increase Phi and Sigma's abilities, but I guess then there almost becomes this question, are they going to say every character in the Nonary game has some Esper abilities that have been opened up, and they're going to have to all work together and hold hands and sing Kumbaya to send Phi and Sigma back into the past?
Espers are able to sort of resonate with one another, which can amplify their power. You understand? This is why we brought you here, Clover.
Why'd you bring Alice?
What about me?
We needed your help, Alice, to deactivate Dio's bombs.
Huh?
Why is that the case?
I didn't do anything.
But you did. In another history, you were able to perform prime decomposition on the 25-digit integer that Dio left behind.
So she was able to do math, and so you have her in the entire Nonary game just because she was able to do a large, complicated math problem.
Only you could do that sort of thing. Because of your feat of mathematics, we were about to determine that Dio had planted the bombs. Then we were able to question him and get the password for the number 31. Finally, We used that information to stop the bomb in this timeline. Without your help, Alice, we would have been reduced to nothing more than so much space dust.
So they're basically trying to explain away every timeline to say, oh yeah, the reason we have this whole Clover branch is because she's an Esper resonating with you. The reason we have this whole Alice branch is because she could do the math. That's not going to really fly very much as far as Quark so much, and Tenmyoji though, and K, I'm still not sure what his purpose was. Man, and we're going 4 hours long, so we're gonna have to just rush through here. I don't want to make another episode.
This history exists because of your presence.
But almost certainly this is going to end like the last game and just go on and on and on and on and on.
Now,
Like, I was dangerously close to just rage quitting this game. I'm far too far along to really do that, but I certainly was not hyped to get back to this game and finish the story.
Tenmyoji is simple. We needed you for the same reason we needed Clover. You are able to access the fourth dimension.
Just call him an Esper also.
Half a century ago, you used that ability to save a young girl, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
We needed you to resonate with Sigma and Phi, so we brought you here. All it took was a messenger.
Do you want to see Akane? If you do, come with me. I was a fool and fell for it.
And you brought Quark with you. In fact, you insisted that he come.
Yeah, I know. Guess you were worried about leaving me alone, huh? He kept saying he couldn't run off to the moon and leave me behind.
I'm sorry, Quark. If I hadn't been so stupid and selfish, none of this would have happened to you. I never thought this would happen. Can you ever forgive me?
Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, I agreed to come with you. I thought the moon would be way more interesting than boring old Earth.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get any explanation as to why Quark was included.
Turn that down.
We didn't see the messenger after we got on the ship. It was on autopilot. As soon as we got in, and headed straight for the moon. During the trip, Zero told me to keep quiet once we got there. I don't remember anything after we landed.
Then there was a bunch of that white smoke, and we passed out. And when I woke up, I was in the AB room.
So I don't know how they would have even sent a ship. I guess maybe they can control golems further away than I think. Like, in theory, I suppose if it's a quantum computer, you might be able to control golems anywhere, and that they could go all the way to Earth and pick people up.
No.
But it does kind of feel like there was literally only 2 or 3 humans running the AB project.
His real name is Left, and he's the leader of a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons.
We're probably not getting any more backstory as far as the Free the
He
Soul
was ordered
movement.
to come here. The Myrmidons are under the control of an organization called Free the Soul, which is in turn controlled by a man known as Brother. It was Brother who orchestrated the release of Radical 6 into the general population 45 years ago.
Who is that guy?
Do you remember what Phi mentioned earlier? The ultimate purpose of the AB project is to change history and keep Radical 6 from being released. If we succeed, that would be bad for Brother and his organization. Our success would prevent them from creating the ideal world they're working toward. That is why Brother sent Left, his trusted lieutenant, to this facility. They needed to stop the AB project. So, Dio was given 2 tasks. The first was to eliminate Akane, the architect of the AB project. The second was to join the AB game and win it. If Dio won the game, the AB project would not be completed, at least not in that timeline. In other words, in that world, the project would have been stopped. If things didn't go as planned, Dio was given a contingency plan. If you cannot murder Akane and win the game, destroy Rhizome 9. Hence, the bombs.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, I've got lots of questions. I'm not sure how many of them matter.
Perhaps.
How did Brother know about the AB project?
Good
He
question.
was also an Esper.
Is brother Clover's brother?
We can set brother aside for now, though. May I proceed?
Seems like the solution to a lot of questions is going to be, oh, that person's an Esper, that person's an Esper. No one objected. We were all curious.
Excellent. That explains everyone, save two, Luna and myself. Sigma and Phi already know the truth about Luna. I don't believe I should reveal any more, however. I think it would be more appropriate if you could ask Luna yourselves at a later time. Would that be all right with you, Luna?
Yes. That's okay.
Yeah, I'd kind of completely forgotten about Luna, and she's still super passive and quiet.
As for me, as I said before, I was born and raised here. The rest of you were brought to this facility, but I've never left. That makes me someone close to Zero Senior and Akane.
Hey, I've been wondering, who is Zero Senior?
You've already met him, Sigma,
Yep.
in another timeline.
Yeah. Well, I saw a hologram. I still don't know who he is. What's funny is, how would you see a hologram of someone who looked exactly like you, but just an older version, and not realize that it was you? That doesn't really look like an old version of Sigma, but maybe. But again, it's also a hologram, so it could just have been a faked image.
Stage 2 is complete. TP00 unlocking.
It looks like it's finished. Shall we open the pod?
Yeah, let's do it. And see that after all that dialogue, you have to assume that there's going to be a twist here, and we're going to get Zero Senior and not Akane. All of us gathered around the pod. Glass was still covered with frost, hiding the contents.
Okay.
What would be really crazy is if Zero Senior was also brother.
Let's get started then.
I also wouldn't be surprised if perhaps brother is the brother of Zero Senior.
Ready?
Although that doesn't probably feel very satisfactory as a solution. Phi laid her hand on the lever and looked around at us. I swallowed. Yeah,
All right.
anytime.
Here we go. 3,
Now she's counting.
1.
This whole animation of counting and then showing reactions and making sound effects like that is not as impactful as I think they would have thought. See how his shirt says staff there? That it was just completely on the face of it from the beginning. Also, if you kind of look at a lot of his logos, there's different logos for death, the grenade, and anarchy signal. You really wouldn't question the shirt like this, but almost every symbol gives you a small hint. What? Suddenly my head was full of memories from another timelines. I'd seen something like this before. The warehouse of floor B, in front of the white door. Kay was lying in front of me. I grabbed his mask and saw my own face. I'd never figured out who he really was. Why was there a man with my face underneath Kay's armor? It didn't make sense. After I'd seen him, I was injected with tuberculin, and that was the end of that. But wait, if the person in the pod was the same person I'd seen on the floor of the warehouse, who was wearing Kay's armor? It'd be really crazy if it turned out that June was actually wearing Kay's armor this whole time. And that would be an interesting twist. That would be much more than I expect from this game. But I assume not. I assume there's just multiple clones.
You finally noticed. Didn't I tell you? You won't be alone.
So this whole time in this timeline, perhaps after we had gone back and saved her, this whole time it was Dio. It was June in Dio's armor. No, June in Kay's armor. So that might explain why some of the votes were different. That other timelines, it was actually Zero Senior instead. Although it's at some point that still doesn't really make sense, because then that's just saying that Akane and Zero Senior were both in the Nonary game also.
I will be at your side, watching over you.
Except for the one time he betrayed people, or the 2 or 3 times he betrayed people and left. No. Oh my god, you're...
Yes, I am.
I didn't see that one coming, but...
Akane Korashiki.
Well, that certainly explains the armor.
It's you. June. I mean, Akane from... But you're old.
Yes, that's correct. I haven't spoken to you in a very long time, Clover.
Also, I think it's worth mentioning that I think it was her and her brother that were being chased in part by the Clover organization and the Alice organization. Or at least we know Tenmoji was chasing after her.
Or you, Junpei.
Junpei?
Akane,
So I guess he never said his name was Junpei.
time no see.
I could barely hear what they were saying. My mind was still reeling. It felt like all the air had been knocked out of me, and it was all I could do not to collapse right then and there.
When? How long?
When? How long? Good questions.
Do you remember when the two of you saved me in the warehouse?
Yeah. Flashback to that
Once you saved me
with a
and
slight
went back
upskirt
to
shot.
your future. Well, your minds did at least. I carried your bodies to the third AB room and then took Dio's to the fifth.
I guess also if she put on the armor, it would have been easier to carry bodies as an old lady.
After that, I went into the first room and borrowed Kay's armor.
So by the time you and Clover came out, you'd already...
In every timeline, was that the case? No.
Yes.
Wait. That doesn't make any sense. Dio killed you, and then Luna took your body from the 6th room. You couldn't have been in Kay's armor.
It was me. In this timeline, at least. In this one, I wasn't murdered by Dio. You two saved me. It's just like Schrodinger's cat. Your actions in the future decided who would be inside the armor in the past.
What? No, that's nuts. I agree.
What about the other history? The one where you weren't saved. What happens then? Who's wearing the armor?
That's quite simple. The man in front of you.
Him?
That's correct. Whenever I'm not in the armor, he is.
Yeah, they painted themselves into a corner a bit, so they had to explain that. It still doesn't fully explain what was just said, like even 20 minutes ago, where Kay said he grew up in this facility and has never been outside of it. That's a total lie. Like she's literally just saying what Kay would have said, but it's not the truth.
What about the memory loss?
For my part, I confess that I lied. He, on the other hand, was telling the truth. Large doses of soporil can cause memory loss. I gave him a rather large dose.
So, who is he?
You've never seen him before?
No.
What do you mean you've never seen him before? Does that mean Sigma doesn't look like Sigma, and he's been confused this whole time?
What about the rest of you?
I have no idea who he is.
What are you talking about? This is driving me insane, and this is quite the twist.
I've never seen him before.
Me either.
Total stranger.
Fi doesn't recognize him either? Hey, come on. What are you guys saying? Right here. Same face.
Huh?
Huh?
What is this reaction?
Are you all right, Mr. Sigma? Did you hit your head or something?
Huh? What? And it didn't make any sense. Why don't they recognize me?
Sigma, your consciousness can jump through time. You can inhabit your body in the past or in the future.
What does that mean?
Don't you get it?
Am I like a super old man?
You've jumped to the future. From 45 years ago.
So how did they pull that off? How did they get him to jump to the future? I looked around frantically. A pond. I ran to it and threw myself down on my knees, crawling on all fours as I approached the edge. My heart was hammering inside my chest. A cold sweat trickled down my spine. It would be crazy if I looked like Zero Senior did in the hologram, and nobody mentioned that I was dressed like a pirate. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, damn it. I struggled to take deep breaths. Then slowly, I peered into the pond looking for a reflection. What? So, yeah, you literally look like Zero Senior. No, this can't be real. This face.
It's your face, Dr. Sigma Climb.
Sigma Climb. K-L-I-M.
Although to the you that's behind it now, it's your face 45 years from now.
It's pretty awful aging.
Zero, the mastermind of the AB project.
Is me. Which I had guessed that hours ago. Dozens of hours ago.
Is you.
What? No, that's not possible. That's BS.
No, it's the truth.
So did they give me amnesia? No, I guess because I jumped into the future, I just didn't know.
Fighting it isn't going to do you any good. Please, Doctor.
Well, I'm not a doctor.
You will be a pioneer in the field of genetic engineering.
You're lying.
No, I'm not. You created him. Well, I suppose I should say you are going to create him.
Create.
His name is Kyle Climb,
Kyle Climb.
your clone. That is why he looks just like a younger version of yourself.
Why clone yourself? What has that got to do with moving your conscience around?
23 years ago, in the biolab here in Rhizome 9, you created Kyle. Well, I suppose for you, that's still in the future. When I said I was born and raised here, I was still pretending to be him. The gravity here is only 1/6 of Earth's.
So, what does that have to do with
Nothing
anything?
was done. The reduced gravity would cause his bones to be weaker than normal human ones. But you prepared for that. You gave him that armor. Ever since he was born, he's lived inside of it.
So he's wearing the armor to strengthen his bones so he could go to Earth at some point in the
Kept
future?
his muscles and bones strong. He wasn't forced into it for the Nonary Game. He's been wearing it every day, all his life.
But why would I? Why would future me create a
He
clone?
was to be your spare, if if something happened to you before the project began, he would take your place.
Dot, 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 dot. That's a big assumption that a consciousness could jump to a clone's body.
I mentioned before that the AB projects A and B stood for after and before. That isn't all they mean, though.
They need to also just move the story ahead
The
as quickly
A
as
also means
possible.
Anima, and the B means body. Anima is another word for the soul or the consciousness.
Yeah, stretching it for the
Body is, well,
initialism.
exactly what it says on the tin. The past consciousness will go into the future.
That's a
body,
phrase that Phi
and
has
the
used
future
before.
Consciousness will go into the past body. They switch.
And that is more of an indication that Phi might be a clone of Akane, which really is the only thing that even makes sense.
That was the chief goal of the project.
But then if they made a clone of Phi, why did they not raise her together with the Sigma clone so that they would recognize each other? Wait, so the future person goes into the past
Sigma,
person.
do you remember the note you found in the garden?
You mean this, right?
Yes.
This note.
Ah, of course, it was you who investigated the garden in this timeline.
Yeah.
Sigma, take a good look at this. It's an illustration of the time jumps your consciousness is making.
Okay, we now know what Rhizome 9 is. We kind of don't know, like, where we've been. We've not been to the Nevada test site, and we kind of don't know what B, C, D, and E represents.
A is where everything began. December 25th, 2028.
So now they're going to try and
You
explain
inhaled
everything.
White smoke in your car and lost consciousness. From there, you jumped to B. January 25th, 2074. You woke up in one of the AB rooms in Rhizome 9. You are in your own body, but it is 67 years old. Your consciousness has jumped 45 years into the future. I believe that may explain why you didn't notice the reduced lunar gravity. The body you woke up in was much older.
I'd like for it to explain why nobody treated him like an old man or called him an old man, particularly in a Japanese game where they have a tendency to call people old man. And I guess maybe the argument here is that Tenmyoji was the older man, so nobody mentioned it, but honestly, I don't get the reaction there.
Normally, you would have noticed that your muscles were much weaker.
Also, this just makes every single lewd swimsuit joke you've made in the game come off as even creepier.
In this case, however, the lower gravity balanced that out. Moving on. If you continue along this line, what happens next? You reach
They're putting the
which
dates
is
in a
January
different order than you
27th,
normally would see in a Western game.
2074. That is today.
Whoa. Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying it's been 2 days since we woke up?
36 hours to be exact. Have you already forgotten?
What's crazy is, even if Radical 6 slowed down the brain of people, what about hunger and need to eat and use the bathroom and things like that? You would have recognized, hey, I'm like peeing every hour here. This seems weird. Or I'm peeing every 5 minutes. Or I'm like super hungry, like I haven't eaten all day, but it's only been a few hours.
You are all infected
it almost makes it seem like Akane might not be infected with Radical 6 and she's just talking very slowly. If that's the case, that would also be weird. But I guess you kind of have to make that assumption now that either she's infected with the Radical 6 or she's talking very slowly, and your clone would have been either infected or talking very slowly.
So yes,
Either because the suit was changing,
real time have
changing how fast you could talk, or just because he knew to talk slower.
But to you, it only seemed like 14 hours and 40 minutes.
I'd be pretty hungry even after 14 hours.
After this, your consciousness will return to the past. It will re-emerge at point D. April 13th, 2029.
How do they know these specific days?
You will return to your younger body.
But that's the same day as the reactor explosions.
Yes. That is why I said it will be too late. You will return to the past, but the events you would want to prevent will have already happened. The story does not end there, however.
They're really struggling to
The
explain
line continues.
things away.
After reaching point D, you will eventually return to B.
I guess just because. Like, if you live long enough, you'll make it from 2029 to 2074.
But this time, you won't be jumping through time, or at least not at a rate faster than normal. Your consciousness will spend 45 years inhabiting the same body until you reach point B. Do you remember when B is, Sigma?
So basically, they're showing that you do 4 or 5 jumps and that's it. January 25th, 2074, according to what you just told us, it's 36 hours ago.
Correct. That was when the consciousness of the 22-year-old Sigma jumped into the body of 67-year-old Sigma. So where did the older version of you go when you took his body?
Well, at this point, this would have put older Sigma's consciousness in the brain of Sigma right after he was kidnapped. So, is older Sigma right now, as we're speaking, saving the world? I guess. Point A. December 25th, 2028, the day it all started.
His consciousness will go back in time 45 years. For a period of time, he will inhabit your younger body. While your younger consciousness is elsewhere, he will be you in the past.
And I guess an older version of me would know how to make Elixavir and stop Radical 6 from happening, and he'd have all the information you would need to save the day. But once that body reaches point D, my 22-year-old consciousness will come back from point C.
That's correct. When that happens, the older version of you will be ejected from your younger body and return to your body at C.
So it's rotating.
Rotating. I suppose you could put it that way. But look at this illustration closely. What if you take all these lines and untangle them? You get one single line. It may look complicated.
Apparently they're not going to animate that.
It's a single straight path.
It's not a single straight path though, because there's an arrow exiting at the top and an arrow exiting on the top right. That does not make a single straight path in any sense. And the point E, there is definitely not a single straight path because it branches off. And
With one exception.
the line here at point E, right?
Exactly. Point E is December 31st, 2028. the day of the total eclipse.
Okay. The day Radical 6 got out of the test facility.
Yes. By now, you've likely figured it out on your own. The purpose of the AB project was to get the consciousness of the 67-year-old Sigma from point B to point A.
So it literally had nothing to do with us actually solving the Nonary games and getting the ability to send our consciousness, our younger mind's consciousness, back into the past further at all. It was just, this entire game is kind of just the pointless waiting room of a much more interesting story to tell of what the older Sigma would have done.
If we can do that, we can change.
It would be
what
like
happened
watching the movie 12 Monkeys and following the events of the characters in the future instead of following the events and actions of Bruce Willis. If we can do that, we can change whatever happened 45 years ago. So the old version of me will keep Radical 6 from getting out by jumping into a 22-year-old body on New Year's Eve.
Yes. That is why this line could not be interrupted. In order for the
More explanation as to why this
version of
had to play out
the
this way.
B, we first have to go through point D. In order to get to point D, we must jump from point C. And for point C to happen, we had to recreate everything that happened in this facility.
See, it really feels ridiculous, like they're just stretching out a explanation as to why the game plays the way it does, when arguably I think there is a bigger argument that the game shouldn't play the way it does.
That is why we have faithfully retraced history up to this point, so that we might save humankind from destruction and undo the horrors of the last 45 years.
Feels like Sigma is not even going to ever be able to talk to his clone that much, or I mean, clearly you're not going to be able to talk to Zero Senior, so that's why we needed June to explain everything. I'm probably not going to talk to our clone. Tell me one
What is
thing.
that?
You said that point C is January 27th, 2077, which is today. There's going to be a jump, and it'll jump to April 13th, 2029.
Yes, that's right.
But look, I'm still old. When is this jump supposed to happen?
Very soon.
Soon.
Yes.
And what's going to trigger it?
We need potential energy stored to send your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Fortunately, we now have plenty of that. Thanks, ironically, to Radical 6. All that remains is to launch your consciousness, like a bullet from a slingshot.
And how do you propose to do that?
Didn't I tell you? A crisis.
So she's literally going to just create a crisis.
A moment balanced between life and death. That can jumpstart your brain.
It's going to be ridiculous if she starts like the whole facility to blow up. What do you mean?
Haven't figured it out. I mean this.
She has the knife. Dio's knife. No sooner were the words out of my mouth. Here we have another animation that's just a few frames. Fi. I screamed and leapt toward them. Akane was already in motion and the knife diving toward Fi's chest. I don't think you're going to get a knife in her chest unless you can get the knife right in between her arm there. This really makes it seem like Fi was just here to be the damsel in distress after all, and that kind of sucks. And still aren't going to really get to know who she is. Maybe she's the daughter of Sigma. But even that doesn't really make sense. I was almost there. Cly, wait a minute. Let's look at our memo here. The code that she typed in. Think there might be anything there as far as Cly. LEB LTEB 4 5 J. No, I don't think you're supposed to just add 1 to the code and get something out of that. No, there's nothing definitive here that would say she also is last name Cly. Phi Cly is a pretty terrible name. ... Once again, we have the gray screen. When I regained consciousness, I was on the floor. And here we can see him in that same outfit. It's creepier that he has the same outfit and that he put his clone in the same outfit more than anything. Nobody asked him about his eye at all. That makes no sense at all. Alice and Clover should have asked him about his eye, at the very least. Yeah, none of this makes any sense at all. This is terrible writing. Terrible in the fact that they're gonna have him be an old man. You might as well have just taken the next step and said, you know what, you're a clone. And that's why you have a different face. Or you've done surgery, your face was genetically re-engineered to look different. There was a dull pain in my chest. I felt a cut. I felt for a cut, but something was in the way. It took me a moment to realize that it was Akane's body lying on top of me. I twisted my neck to look around. Nearby was an old tombstone. On it was written a few words in Latin. Tu for ego eris. What you are, I was. What I am, you will be. So here's your virtue's last reward. You die. Or the older version of you die is to go back in time and save the universe, save the planet. And because you saved the planet, then in many, many other timelines, the world is... you don't have the Nonary game ever happen. Still really no explanation on who kidnapped these people. Who would have gassed Zero Senior in particular is the big question. So we do now see that there is 2 versions of Akane's voice that are listed as a voice actress. Yeah, it really does leave a lot unexplained for as much as they wasted time trying to explain things and very abruptly ended the story. I feel like this can't really be the ending, but it may very well be it. I mean, it's a terrible way to end the story, frankly. It's not good at all. At the very least, there should have been Phi explaining how the world was saved and how she remembered everything that had happened. Where nobody else would have remembered it. Like, is the argument here that Phi is projecting a memory from the past? I don't think so. Which, yeah, since we see her as her young self, that pretty much means she has to be a, like, the daughter of Akane and Sigma, old Sigma. That's the only thing that even makes sense. Either that or she's just some human, some survivor that would have been so far in the future that wouldn't have made sense either. Unless she's a clone of somebody from the past, which even that doesn't make any sense. So She's just kind of nobody. They really should have started with those words. If that was supposed to be the big wrapper, they should have just started with the Latin and not explained it and said that at the beginning of each run. A new destination has been added to the flow chart, and that was Phi's End. How is that Phi's End? That's ridiculous. And I know we're going super long now, but we'll have to look here. Yeah. So, super long Phi's ending here. Way at the bottom. And I guess what we're going to see is that this is, well, this is Sigma's end. It's really Clone Sigma's end more than it is your end. And this will probably be the end to the old Sigma story. Headquarters, April 13th, 2029. It's ridiculous. I should just end the episode here, but I'm hoping this is very short as a wrap-up. We've got actual sound effects and stuff happening.
Is April 13th, 2029.
We've got the
This is the evening news.
flat image of a character. This feels like this should have been something you could have reused. You could have had the transmission garbled so you couldn't see it, or you could have only heard specific words, like today is April 13th, evening news.
Unfortunately,
And then somebody just turns it off.
I'm sorry. I don't have any news to read. All of our station's reporters have passed after contracting Radical 6. So have my... Excuse me. I've managed to keep us on the air until now. But I'm out of tricks. It's time for me to sign off. This concludes our broadcast day. I pray that someday our world can be cleansed of this horrible plague. Goodbye.
And then shoots herself, and then they don't show any of that. Once again, that could have almost been in the trailer. For a moment, I just stared at the TV. The roar of the static seemed to fill the entire room until, with a click, it disappeared too. Had the power gone out? I heard footsteps behind me and turned around. You. And see, what's with the symbol? Isn't that left's symbol? It literally is going to be that the Free the Soul movement is run by Zero Sigma. It's Akane as a kid, as a younger version of herself, drawn flat into the animation like she was in the previous game, which once again just highlights how ridiculous this whole system has been. So has Akane been able to send her memories to the past also, I guess?
It looks like the first step was successful.
And this is the voice actress from the first game, and she definitely sounds way better than the old voice actress. What the F? You killed me. I guess technically you're going to kill me in 45 years from now, but still.
No need to be rude about it.
Even the writing here feels different.
I didn't kill you. I hit you with the butt of the knife. You're fine.
I'm okay?
Yes. You and Phi needed to experience a state of crisis. That was the only way.
Me and Phi?
Yes. I only told you about you, but we also needed Phi to jump.
And apparently these deep sleep technologies always existed, even years earlier.
You know what happens next, right?
We go to the moon?
Correct. We will be leaving tomorrow, April 14th, 2029. We've nearly finished preparing your shuttle. Only a few last-minute checks and additions.
This is crazy if Akane turns out to be brother, the old
You'll be
man.
traveling to Rhizome 9, along with 3 treatment pods.
Alice Clover Alice and Clover, right?
Yes.
What about the third one? Who's in there?
They
Vi.
put her into cold sleep 2 days ago.
So she is from the same
She
timeline.
appeared at our headquarters and volunteered to be frozen.
Hmm.
That wasn't the Phi who jumped from point C, though.
Hmm.
It was Phi before she jumped from point A to point D.
So Vi volunteered to be frozen even before she knew what was going
In other
on.
words, she was following the same path you are.
Hmm.
And she still is.
Then that means after you froze her, the point C version of her jumped back into her body.
Yes. The point C version of Phi is sleeping in that pod.
Hmm.
She'll stay there for the next 45 years.
Hmm. I don't know what the point of this is, really.
Sleeping in ice.
Then when she gets to point B, her consciousness will jump back to point A, right?
Correct.
Huh? So that's why she didn't look old. So why don't you just stick me in one of those
You
pods?
can't do that.
Why not?
Haven't figured it out? You have to spend the next 45 years working on the AB project. After arriving at Rydo 9, you must master genetic engineering and artificial intelligence programming, among other disciplines.
Yeah, all by yourself. Learn these highly technical disciplines and be the best at it in the entire world.
Otherwise, you will be unable to create Kyle, Luna, and Lagomorph. And, of course, you will need to develop the chromatic doors and the bracelets. You will also be the person who summons Tenmyoji and Quark. Once you've completed all the preparations, then the project can actually begin. January 25th, 2074.
You know, this is incredibly frustrating. I would be super pissed if somebody had came up to me and said, I'm you from the future. Here's exactly what I need you to do. Spend the rest of your life doing the thing that I want you to do so we can accomplish this goal. Particularly when the requirements are be completely isolated and spend the rest of your life researching for the AB project.
You will defrost Phi and carry her to the third AB room. Once you've done that, the 22-year-old version of you from point A will force you out.
Why the third AB room? We were not in the third AB room. We were in the fifth one.
And you'll just go back 45 years to your own body on December 25th, 2028.
And then I change history? Do you really think I can keep the virus from getting out?
You have to. If you don't, billions of people will die.
I like that they better explained who wasn't the person in the mask, because in the first game they pretty much say it's the bad guy, but the bad guy also had face blindness, so how he actually kidnapped anybody is questionable. It could have been the other bad guy that did the kidnapping. They probably did explain it, but they didn't really show it visually like this, so it was less memorable. It didn't really matter, though.
Only you and Phi can save them.
What about you? Aren't you an Esper too?
I can't do anything on my own. If this is going to work, I'll need your help.
So, did they get more potential energy because Clover and Phi were Espers who had been frozen for 45 years? Is that the idea? That they had Radical 6 before they were frozen and they were building up more potential psychic energy? I don't think so. So what do I need to do? Like, what specific actions do I need to take when Phi and I jump to point A? What are we going to do
You'll
then?
both enter the Mars mission test site.
And after that?
I don't know. I'm
What?
sorry. I really don't know anything about what happens in there. We don't know how the Radical 6 escaped. We don't even know why it was there in the first place.
Good questions. Oh, poop. Then we're screwed.
That's why we
You have the ability to jump through time and across parallel worlds.
which apparently Akane doesn't have
We
the
need
ability
you
to do.
Figure out what happened in that test facility.
Hmm.
Things will be difficult.
If they give me another escape room, I'm going to end this recording and we'll have to make another one.
And I'm sure you will find yourself in a great deal of danger.
But honestly, I think it's just going to drag the story on.
The two of you can overcome any obstacle.
Wait, how do you know it's so
The
dangerous?
67-year-old version of you told me what happened. He wasn't able to stop the virus. So I suppose you could say you told me after you failed.
What did he
But the test
say?
facility is full of traps. There was one point, a woman's life was in danger. You risked yourself for her sake and lost your arms and your right eye.
Okay, well that explains the cybernetic arms, which I'd kind of forgotten about. My arms and my right eye. What the hell? So now we have another flat 2D image that honestly some of these should have just been fantasies or joke bad endings. Suddenly a low rumble shook the building. What was that?
Go have a look.
I moved slowly to the window and peered outside. And here we have that same image, but this time in color. On the horizon, I could see a massive mushroom cloud climbing slowly through the sky. Would we really ever be able to change the course of history? No, that was the wrong way to look at it. It couldn't be a question. I had to change history. We could save the world. I'm going to change history. There's a game called Steins Gate that they made an anime around, and I feel like in a lot of ways Steins Gate is probably doing a very similar story. I haven't actually played it, but I bet they're doing it a lot better than this. Although, in fairness, I think Steins Gate probably came out slightly after this game came out. I stared at the darkening skies above us and steeled myself I would succeed. So they complicated the time jump scenarios a lot just so we could have this one scene. End or beginning. And we'll hit A. I kind of feel like at a certain point this is just going to like literally be it. I think that may be the end of the game. Nope, there's a whole nother path here. So do we want to go for longer? Let's just go. Infirmary another time. I think that's what we're supposed to do. In this case also it didn't say that we had another timeline had unlocked. Go ahead and jump. That feels like that should have just happened. And instead of having us jump around the flow. But I can't really complain that they know that by this point you should know how the flow system works. You have to play with it. There's no way you could have played this game otherwise. Not realistically.
I see you've finally woken up.
Well, actually, some of them you can't. You literally cannot reach if you just let the game play over and over again. So now she's calling you Kyle. Now we've got a older, different voice actor.
Yes, of course. You've only just woken up in this timeline. It's only natural for some of your memories to be missing.
I lurched upright and jumped off the bed and ran around to the other side of the partition. You know, the mirror thing, the mirror over the sink was covered with a film of dirt. So they had hinted at this, that the mirror didn't work, and I figured it was just laziness on the part of the animators, but clearly it wasn't the case. I wiped it off with my sleeve. And my reflection stared back at me. There was no mistake. The reflection belonged to
Kyle Climb. So, I'm Dr. Climb? Zero Senior's clone?
What? How do you know that? Shouldn't you still be suffering from amnesia?
So, is this after the events? I guess it is. An excellent question, one I didn't quite know the answer to myself. I knew Kyle Klein was. In another history, he had been called K, which I guess makes more sense now. And he wore a suit of armor. He hadn't just worn the armor in that history, though. Apparently, he'd worn it all his life. Kyle had been born and raised in the lunar installation, which seemed to be called the Rhizome 9. Rather late in his life, Akane had appeared as a mother figure. Here she is being drawn flat 2D again. He had grown very attached to her, knew everything about him, but even though I knew it, I didn't feel it. Was I really Kyle Klein? Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw his face. The splitting image of Sigma Klein in his younger day. I looked down. There was Dio, still handcuffed. Turned back around to Luna.
What day is today?
January 27th, 2074.
Gee, I wonder if Luna would have told you what day it was if you'd just asked her.
Today is the last day of the AB project. Akane has explained everything in the garden. And she drew a knife and attacked Phi. How long have I been asleep?
About 5 hours in real time. For them, it would have seemed like a little more than 2 hours.
So they still haven't been treated for their Radical 6?
No, they've all been given the antiviral. It just takes a while to have an effect.
I see.
So they should have just said it never is cured. It makes you, even with the cure, it takes days for it to react, or it just never gets cured.
So the consciousness of the younger Sigma has...
Or they could have just said that they weren't under the effects of Radical 6 anymore, and so time is moving normally. After they had been injected with the cure, nobody is in any of the timelines for more than, I'd say, about an hour. So you could have said that the effects wore off after an hour, and then everybody would have already been on the surface of the moon and realized that gravity was weird, and that would have already been addressed.
Should have happened right after Akane attacked Phi, right?
Yes.
Why am I here?
I wonder if perhaps the hint here is that somehow Luna is Phi. The consciousness of a robot would potentially get transferred into another body. That doesn't make any sense, though.
The doctor carried you back here. You were in the pod in the garden.
Which doctor?
So the person you call the doctor is Sigma Klein, as inhabited by his age-appropriate consciousness.
Yes, but how do you know that?
Dio seems to have remained unconscious.
Yes, I've been administering Soparil whenever he gets restless.
What about the others?
They've all gone off to different areas. Tenmyoji and Quark, for instance.
Oh,
So are we gonna just now get a full, explanation of which each character is gonna do? I mean, you kind of need that wrap up, but that's gonna be annoying.
right. Mr. Klein.
So the sleepyhead's finally up, huh?
What are you two doing here?
You don't know where we are?
This is the upper floor of the pressure exchange chamber. The real one.
We were just about to get dressed and head out.
You plan to return then? To Earth, I mean.
This is a totally different voice actor, it sounds like.
Sigma told us where we could find the shuttle that brought us here. Well, guess he's not really the Sigma I knew anymore. He's Dr. Klein now, or Zero Senior, depending on how you look at it.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Well, I'm just curious why you would choose to return to a devastated planet when you could stay here.
How's staying here gonna help? You aren't gonna say something idiotic about how we should wait here until Sigma changes the past, are you? You can't wait for something that's already happened. Grammar doesn't work that way. Hell, nature doesn't work that way.
So basically they're saying this timeline is doomed to move forward regardless.
We've already lived through history. Sigma failed to keep the virus from getting out. About 45 years ago, Radical 6 created a pandemic, and the antimatter reactors blew up. That all happened. Whatever Sigma does in the past, history's not going to change. In fact, it's because of what he did or didn't do in the past that we've got this past and present. Let me give you
I tend to agree. Look at it, the lip flaps going now. That it's just like ridiculous.
Down an endless freeway. Eventually, they hit a junction. The road splits in two. One freeway continues off northwest, and the other stretches out to the northeast. So one guy, we'll call him S, pipes up. Let's go northwest, he says. So they take the northwestern road, but about a mile.
You
past
almost
the
make the
intersection,
argument
something
that the
horrible
lip
happens.
flaps are weirdly inaccurate for the English language because of Radical 6, but that's not the case at all. It's because of what they're saying in Japanese takes way less sounds than saying the same thing in English.
A semi driving the other way
Really
veers
don't
into
care
the
about
lane
this
and
explanation.
flaps for the bikers. 90 of them die. The surviving 10 are wounded, but survive. They don't stop, though. They keep riding down that highway, and eventually they'd gone 10,000 miles. Then suddenly, something happens that they couldn't have predicted. S, who had survived, suddenly has his consciousness thrown back in time. He ends up back in his own body just before they reach the junction. He remembers everything. So what does S do? What anybody would do. Let's go northeast. That means all 100 of the bikers survive to reach their destination, happy and healthy. And they all live happily ever after. That's what you're thinking, right? It's a great outcome for the 100 bikers that went northeast. But what about the 10 that went northwest and survived the accident?
Huh? Wouldn't it be 9 people? I mean, S's mind went back in time, right?
Right. Okay, 9 people then. What happens to the reality they were living? Does it just disappear when S changes the past? It's not as if it was only bad things that happened during that 10,000-mile trip. Maybe one of them fell in love with a woman working at a gas station they stopped at and had a child. Maybe one of them picked up a homeless kid who
This is
joined them on their
the
adventure.
kind of conversation that should have probably been foreshadowed and had way earlier in the game.
That 10,000-mile journey will be full of stories.
Like, you could easily have Tenryoji make this same conversation happen and just feel like him being waxing poetic in his old age.
Friendships, farewells, romances. The loss of those 90 lives is horrible and unfortunate. But what would rewriting their history mean? The 9 who survived lived full lives. How can it be right to just erase all that? The survivors overcame their own misery and loss and made the best they could of the hand they'd been dealt. Isn't that worth something? Isn't that the best thing that humans can aspire to? Is there really any point to a world where everything is happy? Are people who struggle for a better life just idiots? Being human is about fighting, even when it seems hopeless, and finding happiness, even in a world that hates it.
What I'm afraid
You
of
say
here
that's worthless.
is we're going to get a speech like
If you're
this
saying
from
rewriting
every
the
group
past
of
would
people,
erase all these other timelines,
which that may not be too bad as long as they keep them the groups of people,
then whatever
but
God
it's
wrote those rules
going to
get-
be
Look,
pretty
I'm
ridiculous.
just not going to accept that, all right? You get it?
If Sigma changes the past, then you and Quark will never meet.
Is he right?
No, it's not going to happen. We're here right now. This is reality. Even if Sigma does change the past, we're not just going to disappear or something.
Oh, then that means we get to stay together? Good.
Thanks, kid.
I kind of forgotten completely about Quark.
I understand how you feel. Why you want to return to Earth is clear. You have lives there, I imagine. There are likely people waiting for you.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Have you already said goodbye to the others?
Bye, Luna, Alice, and Clover all saw us off. We told them we'd see them again someday, and then came here.
It's kind of crazy. I guess everybody else is just deciding to stay in the facility.
The only people you want to say goodbye to?
No point saying anything to Dio.
Besides, he's asleep. You were asleep too.
Sorry, but we didn't really know much about you.
You have a point. Akane was in the armor in this timeline, after all. What about Sigma?
Well, he's not really Mr. Sigma anymore.
Of course. He is Dr. Klein now that his consciousness has returned.
Yeah, but more importantly, he's the guy who brought us all here.
What's weird here is that there is this argument that at this exact moment, your younger consciousness is in the body of the clone, and then your older consciousness is in your body, or your original old body. So did the clone consciousness get thrown in the past, I guess, to get blown up?
Not a lot of warm feelings there.
It's a little weird to have two consciousness of the same person in the same timeline.
And Akane?
Never mind her. She's just like him. Not the Akane I knew. She must have seen some pretty awful things over the years. Hell, she might not even be human anymore. But the Akane Kurashiki I know isn't here. She's not anywhere.
So no really good ending for them.
In the end, Clover and I were just pawns. Pawns to be used and then gotten rid of.
In all fairness, I feel like that's a meta commentary on just the depiction of these two characters.
Still, it's not like we're completely resentful.
They definitely are just pawns. Also, why are they still wearing the bracelets? Like, just lazy animation there that you couldn't easily have just toggled the textures on the bracelets so they were invisible. Would have been so easy to do that.
We had to be here to help change the past.
Just delete the texture files so it's see-through, and almost any 3D rendering modeling software would have fixed that.
That part's easy to understand. But
Kinda sucks, though. I mean, Sigma and Bai have it easy. They get to go back to December 25th in 2028.
In a weird way, this eliminates Alice and Clover from being in any future Nonary game.
They'll stop the Radical Six and save the world, and then they'll have a nice, normal future to look forward to. In other words, they get to go back to Point E and just enjoy history like it was supposed to happen.
That's an interesting thought. To if you were making a game and you threw in some lewd characters, say you were making Street Fighter, and then you decided, oh well, we can't have a Chun-Li in the fighting game because her hips are too emphasized, or her thighs are too emphasized in Chun-Li's case. And certainly the Street Fighter series has kind of had that problem where some of the outfits have become more criticized and less allowed by modern sentimentality, mostly by SJWs, but maybe you could make a side game where you kill off your cheesecake characters and give them one last hurrah, although at a certain point, once you get the message that the character is just not going to be socially acceptable in your game series, it's kind of ridiculous to make another game with that character in it.
But we don't. We're stuck with Point C as our starting point.
You told us about Tenmyoji's story, right? The one with the motorcycles? It would be like if Alice and I were kidnapped right before the intersection. Then whoever grabbed us takes us to wherever the bikers are going, 10,000 miles to the northwest.
Don't get us wrong.
They're using the analogy before.
Without us, S's consciousness wouldn't have been able to go back to right before the intersection.
If that couldn't happen, then the fate of those 90 dead bikers would be sealed. But
it's still not the best situation for those of us left in the Northwest. We're stuck in the reality where the 90 bikers died.
Are we just supposed to go live on Earth? It's a wasteland now. And what about our friends and families? We left a whole world behind 45 years ago.
Even if it is for the greater good?
It
It just doesn't seem fair, does it?
Yeah, I would have gone to live on Earth, though, just because there's not going to be any humans on the moon. Or maybe there are enough amongst the other rhizomes, and maybe they would start dealing with that. But I would think Clover would want to try and find out what happened to her brother and her family. Alice, I assume she had some connections also. She might want to go and restart the secret operating head, the SSIO. She might want to re-establish that as some kind of government agency.
Yeah, it's a little bit much.
She was looking for the people who killed her father for revenge, and seemingly didn't get a full solution to that. She knows Dio was in part involved with that. There is also, I guess, a question as far as how Dio is alive, because that makes the whole Brotherhood and Free the Soul movement like this cult that has been running around for a long time, cloning the same people over and over again.
So we went and talked to the old lady.
She told us that there is one way.
They changed the background there.
One way we could get back to the past.
Let's say you do go back to the past. Wouldn't that cause your minds to get thrown back here? That seemed to be how Sigma and Phi's jumps worked, at least.
Yes, you're right.
But this is different.
Different? How so?
From what she said, it sounds like there's a way we can send our bodies back in time too.
They're drastically changing poses left and right.
That's ridiculous. It would create a paradox. How could you have two Clovers and two Alices at the same time?
So clearly they didn't want to get rid of Clover and Alice.
But that wouldn't happen.
Akane says there's a way around that.
How on earth does she plan to do that?
Schrodinger's
Cat.
Oh, hey, Kyle.
And they kind of just jumped past that, and now we're into more people talking in random rooms.
Figured you'd come here eventually.
Where's Dr. Klein? Luna said you were with him.
He said he was tired, so he's off resting right now. There's a bedroom at the end of the hallway.
Apparently, we never found that
It's
bedroom.
in there if you're curious. Oh, right. He told me to turn on this hologram projector thing when you showed up. Want me to start it?
And this is just gonna keep on going and keep on going.
Glad to see you. There isn't anything in particular that I have to tell you. However, I imagine there are a great number of things weighing on your mind.
And this is just gonna keep on going. Yes, it
I'd love
is.
to answer all your questions, but unfortunately, my circumstances make that an impossibility. I hope you can forgive me. Everything I know, Phi should also know. I have instructed her to answer any questions anyone might have. Anyone other than Kyle, that is.
Why is he not telling Kyle?
What does he mean, other than Kyle?
Who knows? Is there anything you want to ask?
Oh, right, well...
Oh, so what he means there is Sigma is in Kyle's mind, and he knows that, so... or he might suspect that Sigma is in Kyle's
I
mind.
guess I may as well cut to the chase. Just
Who are you?
Phi?
Good question.
Not Superman, that's for sure. And I'm not Batman or Spider-Man or Aquaman or a merman or a wolfman. I'm not a Brahmin or common or ramen. I'm not a Cayman either, so you really don't need
Using
to worry
this
about anything.
line again.
Please don't dodge the question. About 5 hours ago, Akane attacked you with a knife. That triggered something which sent your mind back to the past, correct? Specifically, you were sent to Point D, April 13th, 2029. On that date, your body was already in Akane's custody. Although by then you were in cold sleep. You wouldn't have regained consciousness, but your mind was now inhabiting that body. That pod was your home for 45 years. You slept there, frozen until the time was right. Then on January 25th, 2074, you were finally thawed out, even though you didn't wake up. Still unconscious, you were carried to the AB room. That was when your consciousness changed bodies again. A version of you from December 25th, 2028 arrived, pushing you out.
Yeah, it seems like that was fairly pointless journey there.
And sending you back to December 25th, 2028. This is when you finally woke up. In 2028, you found and joined forces with Sigma, whose older mind was inhabiting his younger body. Together, you attempted to infiltrate the Mars mission test facility. Unfortunately, your plan failed. The Radical Six did escape on New Year's Eve. That failure determined the path you followed. Instead of going along the line that branches out to the right from point E, you headed straight to point D. Point D being April 13th of the following year. That was the day that you made your way to Akane's hideout and asked to be put into one of the treatment pods.
So basically they failed in the first loop, and so she then has to create a second loop.
Another consciousness enters your body around that time from the future. It is, of course, the version of you that left your body when Akane attacked you in the garden. This caused the two versions of you to swap places. You moved 45 years into the future, where you woke up on the garden floor. That put you on the line that comes here. So if we discount the time you spent in cold sleep, for you only 3.5 months have passed since that happened. That being when you were sent back into the past from the garden. Have I missed anything?
No, everything you talked about you got right.
That might explain why she couldn't pronounce half of the words she tried to say.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I'm kind of an unknown variable in this equation. You could think of me as a kind of X factor. It's taken me the last 3.5 months to understand it.
I haven't understood anything in the last 3.5 seconds. Could you please explain?
It's kind of like the relationship between classical mechanics and modern physics. Strictly speaking, you can't combine velocities with v1 plus v2. v1 plus v2 divided by 1 plus v1 times v2 over c squared is the actual equation.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course, the sort of velocities we encounter in day-to-day life don't come close to being c squared, which is the speed of light squared. That means that 1 plus v1 times v2 divided by c squared is usually going to evaluate to something pretty close to 1.
So is the revelation she's a genius of some sort?
Since that would mean dividing by 1, it's usually okay to just skip that step and use v1 plus v2. You see what I'm saying? In most situations it works, even if it isn't technically correct. So you knew enough to get the stuff you were talking about right. As long as you stick to that, you won't run into any problems.
This almost feels like this is just a fourth wall breaking statement of like, everything you think you know is right, but I'm not going to explain anything else.
I don't quite understand.
I don't understand at all.
In fact, I feel like you're dodging my questions.
So was that what you wanted to ask about?
No. What I really want to know is what happened between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028. You and Sigma infiltrated the Mars mission test site, didn't you?
Yes.
Yep. This is the part we want explained.
What happened there? How did Sigma lose his eye and both his arms? And why was Radical 6 in there in the first place?
Good questions.
What could a deadly virus have to do with the simulated mission to space?
Sorry, but I can't tell you that.
Why?
Because it would change history.
So is she making the argument she doesn't want history to change?
There is a history where the virus didn't escape. That's the line that goes to the right of point E. In that timeline, humanity isn't heading for annihilation, and Earth isn't red. The future is much brighter. But if I tell you what you're asking me right now, then that reality will disappear. You understand?
I don't.
No, I don't either.
Why would all of that disappear if you told me what I want to know?
You're about to go back to the past, right?
The past? Don't be silly. I can't do that.
Then where the hell did you learn all this stuff? I just listened to you tell me a bunch of things you shouldn't have known about. You were sleeping in the pot in the garden. You just woke up. So how can you know all this? You know my past. Sigma's past.
And we're jumping scenes again.
I shall give you your answer. You are not Kyle Climb. Your body is Kyle's, but your consciousness is not.
Yeah, we kind of figured that was the plan. I don't know why it worked.
Think about it. Do you really believe you're Kyle? Or could you be someone else entirely?
It would have been a bigger twist to reveal that actually you're not Sigma either.
Then
Or
where's
that
the
you were
real
Kyle the whole
consequences?
time.
He was thrown out when you entered. Right now, in a manner of speaking, he has arrived at December 25th, 2028. His consciousness has gone into a body from that time. I doubt you know how much the doctor loves Kyle. He raised him on his own. Kyle is irreplaceable.
It's irritating to get back to her slow
Do you
talking.
really think he would go back to the past and leave Kyle behind here? I know what I told the others, that Kyle was Dr. Climb's spare, but that was not his only purpose. Kyle's consciousness is integral to what we are trying to accomplish. This new mission begins on Christmas and ends on New Year's Eve 2028.
Feels like they're gonna give us more gameplay. It's
Its
ridiculous.
purpose will be to infiltrate the test facility.
I'm gonna say if this doesn't end in 30 minutes, I'm gonna end this recording and then I might merge the two videos if I didn't play for another like 30 minutes or so.
For this to happen, Kyle is absolutely necessary.
And that is why he created.
This is one of those situations where if I don't time myself right, there's no great way to break up an episode. I could do it, but it would be post-production work that I don't want to bother with.
Yes.
So now that my consciousness has entered his body, the doctor has achieved his objective. Kyle has gone back to 2028 to participate in his mission.
Correct.
There's one
This
thing
kind
that's
of is the exact same scenario once again.
Kyle was created before reaching point B from point D. That means his body did not exist on Christmas in 2028. Does that mean he has entered my body? Have we just switched places?
I suppose you could put it that way, yes.
That's ridiculous. What's going to happen to me? You telling me I have to spend the rest of my life here in this box, living in a borrowed body?
No, not at all. You can travel freely through time and space. You are an uncontrolled variable that entered our closed system. As such, the rules of this world do not apply to you.
I have no idea what...
They're basically telling you, hey, you can go to flow and go anywhere you want as long as it's actually in the game.
Please don't try to play dumb. I know what you are. Surely you must know by now, too. You are about to go into the past and save the world. Phi and Sigma, even with all of his future knowledge, will need your help.
So there's going to be 3 of us in an escape room, apparently.
Only you can right the
It's going to be
horrible
Kyle,
wrongs of our past.
Sigma, and this new personality of old Sigma, or younger Sigma.
Only you can save the world.
There's no way I...
Yes, there is.
It's going to be funny if she tries to stab him once again.
You have to. Don't you want to know the truth? Don't you want to know what happened in between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028?
Well, yes, I do, but
Then you must believe. Reality is shaped by what we believe reality should be. If observation can change the motion of a particle, then how is it odd to think that human thought can shape reality? Your will can change
This is
history.
bad writing to throw in this new twist on it, that you're not just manipulating time through moving your memories around in your own body. You're now being told you can literally just change history on a whim
The world will
based
be
on your own
reshaped
thoughts.
into the one you imagine.
This is a kind of like the bad ending of the Neon Genesis Evangelion
Remember
anime
what I've told you.
that got replaced with the movies and have since, I guess, been replaced with remakes of and rebuild movies.
Only you can
think they're
change
still
history.
working on those, by the way. Like, it's been like a decade and a half.
Only you can save the world.
Neon Genesis Evangelion is a great example of an influencer as far as Japanese people and their storytelling style. And there's definitely a lot of things that have come about because of it. So this was Another Time End. This was Phi's End. End or beginning. A B room. I don't see anywhere to go. Because if there was any downward location, I'm not seeing it. Seems like the game is almost intentionally left us so that we have to figure out that it has to be end or beginning. So it's like you can't jump there. AB room passed. There was no archives here. Let's go here and see what happens. Yeah, I guess you just have to be out here. December 25th, 2028. And this is, I think, a different ending, beginning by far. There definitely are different flashes there that we wouldn't have seen otherwise. Arg. Ow, 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 ow. Damn it. Feels like my head's gonna explode. Wait. Where the hell am I? Looks like an elevator.
Obvious?
Who the hell are you? So, yeah, it seems like we're back in the...
I'm plenty friendly.
Seems like we are back in the main story now. So it's kind of ridiculous that it's telling you can go anywhere, and then it's not really explaining it. And I can bring up the mouse cursor and see if there's like anything that, I mean, you can drag and drop. But yeah, unless I'm supposed to go back to this point, which maybe that's the trick. That's April 13th, 2029. That doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm trying to look at the walkthrough and see if we can see, I'm gonna see Virtue's last reward. Alternate end. See if that works. Endings. Yeah, it's either you go back to this point, or you do something else. There almost certainly has to be more of a story here. Otherwise, that's just an oddly abrupt ending for no good reason. Like, we've had pretty bad endings several times, but it seems kind of crazy that we wouldn't have gone further with this. So all kinds of endings. Let's see. What to do after the alternative end? All of alternate end was essentially a teaser for the next game. Alright, well, seems ridiculous that it would not go to a credit or something. Here. Is that really where the game ends? I may have to bring up the achievements. Infirmary another time, end. Maybe I'm typing in the wrong thing. So, Virtue's last reward, another time, end. Blah, 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 blah. I literally just got on a page that's showing me every single... Yeah, everything seems to point that you need to go back to the very top. So we'll try that. We'll try that, and we'll see if anything plays differently here, or if this is just going to be the exact same story.
Today is April 13th,
And then put this in auto mode.
and this is the evening news. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I don't have any news to read. All of our station's reporters have passed after contracting Radical 6. So have my... Excuse me. I've managed to keep us on the air until now. But I'm out of tricks. It's time for me to sign off. This concludes our broadcast day. I pray that someday our world can be cleansed of this horrible plague.
It's crazy that the whole game would be so linear, and then all of a sudden it would leave you to this position where it's not going to really wrap up the story and just tease for a third in the series. Hmm. So we have a
It
thing
looks like
here.
the first step was successful.
It says, even though in another time end, Akane states that question mark is the key to the success of Phi and Sigma's mission, and that only one who can save the world
Hey, no need to
is
be rude about it.
the person.
I didn't kill you.
Question mark. Kyle,
Hit
I
me with
guess,
the butt
maybe.
of the knife.
The lack of Q's mention, along with the absence of Kyle, whose consciousness supposedly traveled back to 2028 to assist Sigma, and the lack of conclusion for the Clover and Alice storyline means another time's ending plot points were dropped in Zero Time Dilemma, likely because not everyone unlocked the another time ending and because of budget. However, the creator of the game, I guess Kataru Uchikoshi, said that there's no doubt question mark intervened in Zero Time Dilemma. I put some fragments of the player's involvement in ZTT, Zero Time Dilemma.
We've nearly finished preparing your shuttle. Only a few last-minute checks and additions.
I'm gonna look at a picture here and see if there's a flowchart that could reveal an ending.
Cold sleep 2 days ago. She appeared at our headquarters and volunteered to be frozen. That wasn't the Phi who jumped from point C, though. It was Phi before she jumped from point A to point D. In other words, she was following the same path you are. And she still is.
Got the true ending, that got us the past.
Yes. The point C version of Phi is sleeping in that pod. She'll stay there for the next 45 years. Sleeping in ice.
It's weird because every flowchart I'm showing seems to indicate that all of the paths have potentially been seen.
We can't do that. You haven't figured it out? You have to spend the next 45 years working on the AB project. After arriving at Rydo 9, you must master genetic engineering and artificial intelligence programming, among other disciplines. Otherwise, you will be unable to create Kyle, Luna, and Lagomorph. And, of course, you will need to develop the chromatic doors and the bracelets. You will also be the person who summons Tenmyoji and
What's really crazy about this, as I'm trying to see if there's literally any more game here. I think there isn't. What's crazy here is it feels like Zero Time Dilemma, the third game in the series, is just continuing this craziness, which really feels weird when the Zero Time Dilemma series feels even more like a Saw movie than these two Nonary games kind of advertise themselves as. You
have to. If you don't, billions of people will die. Only you.
Let's go ahead and skip this.
I can't do if this is.
And like there just does not seem like there's a difference here. Every flow seems to indicate that it looks like there should be something here, but there isn't anything here. In fact, this whole part is not being shown at all in any of the flowcharts I'm seeing, so it feels like this was potentially added after the fact at some point where the game was re-released on PC or something, after the point where anybody who cared to make a walkthrough would have already have done that years earlier.
What do you mean?
Hmm.
You'll both enter the... I don't know.
Of course, it's going to be really weird for the third game to go back to flat animation, which I assume it
We
does.
don't even know why it was there in the first place. That's why we need your help. You
This
have
is
the
a
ability to
very
jump through
incomplete
time
story.
and
It
across
just
parallel worlds.
wastes your time for 100 hours, it feels like, just to set you up to play the third game in the series. Which, arguably, in a trilogy, the second movie often is the setup for the big finale as far as the third movie in the series, but there just kind of doesn't feel... There's kind of no solution here that feels satisfactory.
You could say you told me that the test, there was one you risked yourself for her sake.
Yeah, this really is just teasing that, oh yeah, in Zero Time Dilemma, this character's going to lose his arms and his right eye.
Go have a look.
It's really just like the same 5 songs playing over and over again. See, that's the ender beginning. Ending. And unless I was supposed to go back to, like, the point where I was stabbed at this ending, where we got Phi's ending, like, that's kind of the only new story that could happen. So I'm just gonna kind of quickly check to see if there's any achievements or any indication whatsoever that there's any more game. Otherwise, I think pathetically that is that. And it certainly goes to show that there is just a flaw there, certainly. Like, that you could possibly you could possibly have a experience like that. See, I can't read the text, so I'm gonna... Well, I do have every single achievement, so I think that tells me that there is no more game here. Like, there's... Yeah, no new options. I guess you could start from the beginning, but I don't see a reason to do that. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So this has gone really long, 5.5 hours. That's it for Virtue's Last Reward. I desperately need to take a much longer break before I get to Zero Time Dilemma. Once I'm done with Zero Time Dilemma, I need to desperately not buy any more visual novels unless I know it's going to be really, really good, because there's just such a time commitment here, and it's really hard to stay committed and want to read the story, particularly if the story's not that good. Like, I feel like Virtue's Last Reward, in all fairness, might be a mid-tier, even slightly better than average visual novel, which is more condemnation on how bad visual novels might be able to get. But yeah, this is a huge mess. It's weird that a game like this would have come out on the 3DS. Certainly it also is weird that a game like this would have come out in the West during the time that a game like this would have been made, because it certainly feels like this could have easily been a cheap $5 game that was only sold in Japan and then never bothered to get translated. But I can also see that the art style is strikingly distinct enough that it probably tricked a lot of people into playing this game or buying this game and then probably abandoning it in the first couple hours. I'm still not really sold on the flow system and having to see every single timeline. I feel like there should have been ways that you could have speedrun this and skipped some stuff. Playing every single timeline in a game like this almost feels like a punishment more than a reward. And I think most visual novel players probably would think the exact opposite, and that definitely goes to show I'm not the best critic, frankly, for visual novels, because I'm not interested in doing all this reading. If there was no voice acting in these games, I'd definitely abandon it. At most, all I can really do is hope that the Zero Time Dilemma game is way, way better. And I guess I fairly can assume that there aren't any new continued Nonary games, and I would not really want to expand on this story as it's just getting crazier and crazier. Anyways, that's going to be it for this series. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.